last time you were going to vote with her. Did you? Oh, yeah. Did you have Kristen's button or something?
Oh, sorry.
I will call to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Education, which was duly noticed on October 4th, 2013, through posting and notification of the press in accordance with Wisconsin Statute 19.84. First item is easy for me to say, Pledge of Allegiance from Kennedy School. Eli Shuka and Alan Pacheco. Thank you for telling me that. I thought I'd tell you. Because I keep wanting to turn that.
Perfect.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to its republics for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item is to consider approval of tonight's agenda.
Was there a change you're making, President RG?
Well,
In order? No?
I was just going to do that.
Oh, okay. I'm
As long
sorry.
as it's on the agenda.
Okay.
So.
Second.
Okay. The acceptance of the agenda has been motioned by Commissioner Murray and second by Commissioner Soderman. We should vote. And that passes. Oh, that's okay. 7-0 with Commissioners DeStefano, Myers, Dummerhausen, Ardrey, Soderman, Murray, and Felt, all voting in favor. See the next item, safety share. No safety share? Anybody? Somebody? Okay, I'll do. Okay.
I will.
All right, great.
A message from my fellow firefighters to remember that it's becoming this time of the year when your furnaces start to fire up, fireplaces are used, and it's a good reminder every time you change the clocks to change the batteries in your smoke detectors. Smoke detectors do save lives. They without a doubt, have saved many lives in Janesville that I know firsthand. So, and they do detect things quite rapidly because I have burnt toast and pizza and they work. So, smoke detectors, everybody get one. They're cheap too.
And to piggyback on that, in every bedroom we should have a carbon monoxide detector as we get into the heating season also. So, thank you, Commissioner Murray.
You're welcome.
With that, Dr. Cargile with our safety message.
Thank you. Good evening, Board Commissioners, Dr. Schulte, members of the Cabinet, and audience. Tonight's message focuses on Fire Prevention Week. So thank you, Commissioner Murray. Yes. Great minds think alike. That's right. The month of October signifies the commemoration of the Great Chicago Fire that burned from October 7th through the 9th, 1871. This tragedy increased the awareness of fire safety and prevention throughout the nation, and it prompted the creation of fire prevention programs, concepts, and ideas. This year, the National Fire Prevention Week is held from October 5th through October the 11th, and incorporates the fire safety theme of Check Your Smoke Detector. One aspect of the theme is getting everyone involved in fire prevention and knowing important safety tips that could save your life if a home fire does break out. When creating a home escape plan, here are some important ideas to remember. Identify at least 2 ways out of each room. Draw your home escape plan showing each room of the home and directional arrows indicating how to escape from each room. Determine a meeting place outside the home where all occupants will gather once they have escaped. Make sure there is at least one working smoke detector on every floor of your home. And lastly, practice your home escape plan periodically so that everyone in your home is familiar with it. And a special thank you to the Janesville Fire Department for helping to promote Fire Prevention Week by observing fire drills and offering fire prevention presentations for kindergartners and first graders this week. Thanks so much.
Thank you. The next item is our evidence-based leadership message. Veronica McMahon.
Good evening, Dr. Schulte, board, president, and everyone in the audience, along with the directors. Tonight, I'm here to share an evidence-based leadership message with you based on the standards of professional behavior. I'm going to be focusing on cooperation and finance. Today, I had the honor of accepting from Madison School for the third year in a row the School of Recognition Reward. And I'm so proud of all the students, staff, and families for this achievement. But what I'd like to talk to you about tonight is one of the benefits of receiving this reward. There's a program called Fund for Teachers, where recipients of this reward can write for a grant. It's $5,000 for a single teacher or $10,000 for a group of teachers, and this is where the cooperation comes in. The teachers work together and collaborate to write a grant. They can be as imaginative as they want and really reach far above anything they dreamed of before to get professional development that as a school we could not afford to pay for and also to find the time for, because these professional developments take place during the summer with teachers' own time. After our first School of Recognition, we had 2 groups of teachers win this grant. The first group went to California and they learned to combine tribes, which is a relationship building program, and PBIS, Positive Behavior Intervention Strategies. These 2 programs worked very well together. Another group of 4 teachers went and studied with Eric Jensen, who is a leader in helping students of poverty achieve. So these teachers went and worked with him, and then the grant also provided the funds to purchase a book for every teacher and paraprofessional in our building so that we could all benefit from it. They came back, presented to the entire staff, and then other teachers did book studies with this group, and we were very able to implement a lot of his strategies within the school. Then, after the next year, last year, we had 2 teachers who traveled to China and Vietnam and learned about culture. They brought that back. They're sharing with the students and the staff right now. So it's really wonderful, wonderful opportunities that teachers can have. This is our 3rd year, and I'm excited to learn about what grants the teachers will write for this year. I'm so proud to say that 7 schools in Janesville received this recognition this year. It's something to really be proud of. I highly encourage the teachers from those schools to take advantage of this wonderful professional development opportunity. Thank you.
Next on the agenda is citizen comments. I don't have any. Do we have any, Tony? Okay. Seeing no citizen comments, we'll make a slight change here in the agenda to accommodate some scheduling. So next we'll go to do part of item number 9, update on the Janesville International Education Program. Jane Thompson.
Good evening, Board President Ardrey, Commissioners, Dr. Schulte, Directors, audience. It's my pleasure this evening to introduce to you our guests from Argentina as part of our Inter Amigos Argentina Exchange. And we have 2 young people with us this evening, Tomas?
Yes.
And Ana Belén, who are going to just say a few things about their experience. And knowing that they have only been here a couple of days, it's brand new, so they're going to share some impressions.
Good evening. I'm Tomas. I'm 17 years old. I'm living in Argentina.
Hi, good evening. I'm Ana Belén. I'm 15 years old. I'm from Rosario, Argentina. I go to summer school.
Now we are in exchange program, and we're going to talk about why we think that the program is good for us.
We think an exchange is very important for us because we can learn another culture, we can meet new people, we can see the life of the different points of view.
Okay. We are so glad to stay here. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Just in honor of you guys coming and participating in the exchange program, we just have a little certificate of recognition.
Thank
Thomas.
you.
Thank you. It was good meeting you on Sunday. And I hope
Thank
you
you very
enjoyed the
much.
part of the baseball game you saw.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ardrey, very much. And then I would just like to introduce the directors from Argentina. Daniel Lucero, he is our director for the exchange since 1996, and his daughter is actually here in the back. She's an economy teacher in one of the schools and soon to take over the exchange, I think. And also Comodoro Jose Luis Soria, who is the director of one of the schools as well. And they would like to present something to Dr. Schulte.
Thank you very much.
And what this is the monument to the Argentine flag. Rosario is the birthplace of the Argentine flag, and it's a very important icon in their city.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you read what it says since it's in Spanish?
It says Liceo Aeronáutico Militar Argentina, which is the military high school academy, to Dr. Karen Schulte, Inter Amigos 2013, Monumento Nacional a la Bandera, Rosario, Argentina.
Thank you.
This is from the Colegio San Ramón. This is the image of the school. This is our exchange. This is our Pope, the plegary, the photographic front of the school. This is you.
Thank you.
And
It's beautiful.
this is the Saint, San Ramón, and the view of the interior of the church.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And one more, I would like to introduce to you Carolina Burgos. She is also an instructor and is in charge of the students on this exchange. Carolina.
Good evening for everybody. I am the Alferez Burgos. I am the officer of the Air Force of Argentina. It's my first time in America. I'm so glad to be here. So this program is very important for me and my students because they have the possibility to know about other culturity and other ways to live. So I'm so happy to be here and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, Next, item number 7, student presenters to the board from Parker High School, Jordan Pyre.
I fractured my kneecap a few weeks ago. I was playing football with friends. Well, good evening, President Ardrey, Superintendent Schulte, and guests. It's homecoming week at Parker. This week we're celebrating, and we have a number of events planned to show our school spirit. Our Student Leadership Council is taking the lead in planning these events, and our theme this year is A Night at the Movies. Each day we'll have a theme dress up. Monday was Movie Day, followed by Tie-Dye Tuesday. Color War Wednesday is tomorrow. Farmer Day on Thursday, and Green and Gold / Parker Pride Day on Friday. On Friday, we also hold a pep assembly to recognize fall athletes and student accomplishments, as well as announcing our homecoming court members and king and queen. After the assembly, we will hold our 6th annual homecoming parade, beginning at 1:30. The Grand Marshal for the parade is retired math teacher Caroline Fisher. Friday evening, the Vikings take on Sun Prairie at Monterey Stadium, beginning at 7:30. In addition to our band, Palms, and Cheer Squad performing, we are reviving the burning of the V before the game. Our homecoming week culminates on Saturday with our dance at Parker High School from 8 to 11 p.m. Also this week, Parker will welcome 15 students from Argentina. They arrived Sunday and depart on Thursday, October 17th. Our visitors will be marching in the parade, sharing their culture with our students, and participating in other Parker High School events. This exchange has been happening for over 10 years. Celebrating our girls' golf team, they earned the title of regional champs last week and tied for first at sectional yesterday. The team will attend the state match next week. Our school store, The Barn, is up and running. A new addition to the sale is bus tokens for our students, and over 900 bus tokens have been sold since the beginning of the school year. Our newspaper staff has completed their first edition of the Odin. They're sporting a new look, new staff, and a new advisor. The yearbook staff is also hard at work, hosting a photo contest for homecoming week. FFA is preparing for their trip to National FFA Convention later this month, and 15 students will travel to Indianapolis to participate in leadership workshops, learn about agriculture and colleges, and receive chapter and student recognition. Rachel O'Leary, a Parker High School graduate, is receiving her American FFA degree at the convention. Students have completed sign-ups for the PSAT test, and they will take place on the October 19th. And sophomores will also have the WKCE November 4th, 5th, and 6th. And finally, the musical this year, Shrek, will be the weekend of November 21st. I encourage you all to come attend. And thank you. Yeah.
Next, from Craig High School, Emily Salabai.
Good evening, Board President Ardrey, Commissioners, Superintendent Schulte, and guests. My name is Emily Salabai, and I'm a junior at Craig High School. I'll be representing the student body in place of Jensen Skinner as she was unable to make it tonight. The first couple of weeks at Craig have been off to a great start. Homecoming week was the earliest it's been in a long time, as it was the third week of school. Thus, the traditional fun-filled week was subject to many changes. We added a parade in which we involved the community, and many of our extracurricular activities at Craig were able to design a float and showcase themselves to the community. We also ended the week with a win against Beloit Memorial and a great turnout at our annual homecoming dance. Also during this fast-paced week was the third Friday count, in which we ended up with a total of 1,643 students in our building. All of these students' families were invited back to our back-to-school night, which took place on September 23rd. We changed the format of this event to more of an open house, and this allowed parents to walk around and speak to their children's teachers at their own pace. We received mixed feelings about this new approach, and we're looking for more feedback on where to go with the event in the future. Saturday, September 28th was also a very busy day for Craig High School. We hosted the Midwest Invitational for cross-country runners from as far away as Texas. There were approximately 3,000 runners involved in this huge event. That night, Craig hosted its annual variety show in which the proceeds benefited the Craig Spotlighters. I personally participate in Craig Spotlighters, and I sang twice in the variety show. We're excited to say that we had an extremely great fundraiser and a great turnout. The money will go towards competitions, transportation, and back to the students who participate in this group. Most recently, Craig Student Council hosted the Red Cross Blood Drive. Our goal was 80 donations, and we succeeded that goal with 96 donations. This is amongst the highest numbers in Craig's history. On the same day, the Social Studies Department invited a speaker to present to students about the Muslim religion. Freshmen were also given an opportunity to learn practical safety techniques during Freshman Fire Safety Day. As we move forward, many events are coming up quickly. This week is actually Fire Prevention Week. Craig will do its first non-classroom time fire drill to students to give them a better preparation for a real emergency. The only information we were given in advisories were that it would happen at some point during this week and during a passing time. Also coming up is the PTO meat raffle. The community is invited to this event on October 19th at 1 p.m. More information is available on the Craig webpage. This week, the week of October 21st, is Anti-Bullying Week. Students will have the ability to participate in different activities every day to promote a happier school atmosphere. On Wednesday of this week, the documentary Bully will be shown after school, and it's open to everyone. That week is also the week that our principal, Dr. Bian, will be traveling to China. Our social studies department will be looking more in depth at the classroom about where she's going and the cultures that change here. Exchange students from Germany will be traveling here on October 25th. We're excited to welcome them into our school and to our classrooms. October 26th is the date of the next ACT that many students have signed up for at Craig. On Monday the 28th, any students going to the Washington seminar trip will have a meeting at a designated spot at Craig at 7 p.m. The next PTO meeting will be held November 4th at 6:30 p.m. Craig will also be holding WKCE days as well as Parker, in which sophomores will be taking the standardized test and all other grades will have half days. The musical will be the first weekend of November, and I also encourage you all to come. The musical is Footloose. And the final event is the co-ed volleyball tournament that we have every year, and that will be taking place on November 7th. All of these upcoming events are posted in the Craig calendar section on the Craig webpage. Thank you all for your time, and have a great night.
That's good. That's how you walk off. Ah, nice.
It's a challenge, kid.
Yeah. Okay. Next, item number 8. Consider approval of the consult agenda. Mr. Mayor?
Is the check register part of this?
It is not, and I don't believe it has been recently.
Because it's in our board packet.
Right.
So how do we
several
take
years
the opportunity to talk about that?
That's a good point. I'm not sure. Well, I guess if we go back, it hasn't been something that we've talked about before, so that's why it hasn't been directly part of the agenda. I don't remember which commissioner asked for a copy to be in the packet again. Mr. Soderman? So from that standpoint, it was out of a how are we spending the money, but it wasn't. I mean, this isn't something that we approve, but I mean, we don't have a spot to discuss it. I think that is something we can add, and we're pertinent for discussion. So
I could suggest bringing it up at the Finance Committee meeting when we go over the monthly financials. Because that's always, for instance, at the October meeting, we'll go over the September, and if there's anything in between, and any advance notice would make sure we could have answers ready for you, or just an email at any time, too, Commissioner Murray.
Sure.
Since I can't talk about it, I don't have any questions. I just wanted to thank David for helping me navigate through some of the language in there as it relates to how we make payments to the different health insurance, because it just had a lot of, so I just wanted to make sure I thanked him for that, because his expertise in that is, and I learned that I was going through there, and I know I can't talk about this, but I talked to, it was
really,
all right.
Kevin, you really can't. And we will have it as part of the finance committee, so then when it comes for discussion, then you can give all of the kudos and thank yous, and it will be open for discussion at that point.
Okay.
Is there a motion to accept the consent agenda?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hasselbacher, second by Commissioner Myers to approve consent agenda. Any discussion? Commissioner Soderman.
A couple of things. First, I didn't see any retirements or appointments in the packet. Were there some that I just didn't?
No, there are none.
Okay. I'd like to have item D removed from the consent agenda, please.
Okay. So in fact, that we can accept that. So then we're only approving the minutes from the September 24th and September 30th special meeting. Any further discussion? Saying none, no. Board should vote on that. And that passes 8-0. Commissioners DeStefano, Myers, Dalmerhausen, Ardrey, Hasselbacher, Soderman, Murray, and Felt all voting in favor. The next item, we'll take up item D. Approve revised board policy, public gifts in schools. Is there a motion? Commissioner Felt, motion to approve. Commissioner Hasselbacher, second. Any discussion? Commissioner Soderman.
Thank you. Again, I said this before, but only limiting the CFO and a purchasing manager from soliciting gifts from vendors leaves open to just a huge potential problem of perceived influence peddling, of possible claims of pay to play in the future. I don't question the integrity of anybody at this table or at the administrative table, but I just think we're heading down the wrong path, that vendors are going to feel pressured different ways, and we have to have that fine line. And I know that it's done in other sectors, such as the private sector. This is one area where we can't be the same way. We're responsible to the taxpayers. Will vendor think they have to maybe inflate their price to cover gifts? Will other vendors not bid because they think someone else has an in, therefore we lose competitive advantage because less vendors are bidding on a project? So I think that there could be some costs in there also that you can't see, but they're there. And so I just think we need to remove that and not have any vendors solicited by anyone at the administrative office. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Commissioner DeStefano.
Thank you, President Ardrey. Commissioner Soderman, I had some thoughts even last board meeting when you talked about this, and you used yourself as an example as far as down the line looking at phone service and being able to work with the district. Besides money, there's other gifts that are pretty difficult to judge, and one of them is the gift of time. And you have generously served this school district on the school board for 9 years, almost 9 years. You know, I am not in favor of adding any more rules. I think it's pretty difficult to, look at all gifts. I mean, whether it's money, it's time, it's trust. It'd be pretty difficult if I was, your competition with phones to go against you, because you've got, the trust here that works after 9 years. And I'm not saying somebody should be able to give $5,000 to compete against that. I just don't think we need any more rules. I agree with you. I trust our administration. If we don't see that that's, if that changes, then we'll make changes in the administration. We don't need more rules, I guess. So, I would like the board to consider, if we add this, how do we look at the gift of time as a donation? So that's all I have, I guess, right now.
Commissioner Soderman.
Thank you, Dave. I'm not against people giving. It's soliciting. It's Dr. Schulte or someone else going to a vendor and saying, hey, would you give to this? That is where it crosses the line where a vendor might now feel, oh, even if it's not totally above board, that's the difference. They're free to give all they want. It's soliciting is I have the problem with. And so thank you for the kind comments, but it's not quite what I'm talking about. It's soliciting, not simply someone giving the gift of time, money, or whatever.
I agree, with that, but you have to ask. I mean, you have to ask. There are some people that just come in and write a check for very small amounts. Large donations, you have to ask. Nobody just walks in with $1 million without asking, or $100,000, whatever it is. You have to ask. So,
Dr. Schulte.
Thank you, Board President Ardrey. I know we've talked about this before, but I do want to point out again, we have many, many teachers and coaches throughout the district that do those asks all the time. We talked about it extensively in PPC. And it was my understanding from the PPC committee, correct me if I'm wrong, that there was certainly an understanding that those would continue regardless of what happens with the rest of this policy. Because our teachers, for example, in classrooms, we know that they spend a lot of money out of pocket. Well, you can vouch for that, Commissioner Myers. And it's smaller asks, and we haven't even begun to calculate the loss if they were no longer allowed to do that.
Commissioner Soderman.
Thank you, Doctor. And again, maybe I wasn't real clear. I'm talking about at the administrative level of not soliciting. So to me, it's a different thing if you're calling up somebody as CEO of the organization versus a Spanish teacher looking for whatever they do. So that'd be my I'll make a can I make an amendment to this? Amendment that no district administrator shall solicit gifts from any vendor or potential vendor. So we changing the words of not just the chief, the CFO, or the purchasing manager to administrator.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, hearing none. Any other discussion? Commissioner Hesselbacher.
I think I'm in support of this policy. I believe that the staff involved are highly ethical. I believe we have a fair amount of supervision over certainly the person in charge of those folks. So I have no question that it wouldn't occur to me that this might not be ethical or might not be followed, at least with our current employees. I believe the board's going to receive reports on any gift exceeding $2,500 in value on a quarterly basis. So we certainly have oversight. If we start seeing lots of gifts and we have questions about them, that's certainly the time to ask. So I believe there's certainly enough oversight. And then Dr. Schulte, I would just recommend that when you and your team put together the admin reg to go along with this, that you put something in place, the wording, so that it's very clear to any vendors or potential vendors when you make the ask that any donations would be appreciated but not expected. I think as a board we want to make that clear that that's not expected of our vendors, but we certainly appreciate it. So those would be my suggestions. Thanks.
There is an admin reg presently for this, is it not?
There.
I guess I'm asking.
There must be. I don't know.
Okay.
But they can be.
Okay. Commissioner Myers.
I like this as well. I share Mr. Soderman's concerns, and I think they're incredibly important. And But I'm looking at this, and I feel like there's safeguards in there. I feel confident with the safeguards that are in here. The dollar value, that that as far as keeping us in the loop as a board member, is a good addition, and also that it's conditioned on not conditioned on any sort of endorsement or anything like that. To me, I feel like the safeguards do what they need to do with are present, I guess I should say, and it provides enough flexibility that it allows certain kinds of business to be conducted within the school.
Any other? Commissioner Felt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Sodom, as you know, I had some concerns as well when it came to the solicitation regarding public gifts to the district. But I was trying, as this whole issue has continued to evolve, I guess I thought this was the best way to strike the right balance, because when we were in PPC, there was a high number first thrown in there and then a low number put in there. And I guess I do want, just like if you were a chancellor of a university or the executive director of some other organization that receives public funds, I want that executive to be going out and selling the school in the respect, promoting the school is the better way to say it. Promoting the school is promoting the school.
Good point, Scott.
Yes, thank you. See, as my testimony is evolving, as you can tell. And I think we have a good story to sell, good story to promote. Sorry, a good story.
And more votes all the time. Keep talking.
I got it exactly. I'm just digging deeper. I guess to make it quick, I want Dr. Schulte to have the ability to promote the district and be able to secure funds that are going to benefit the district and the students involved in there. But in that same respect, I want to make sure that there is some type of oversight mechanism that as things move forward, that there's always some eyes watching what she or any other employee of the district may be doing. And I thought this was the kind of the best balance between the two. We did $2,500 because that was about the cost of a smart board. We didn't want to go too low because that could hamstring employees, but we didn't want to go too high either. And a quarterly report keeps us regularly informed as to what is happening in that respect. And to a certain level, we have to trust the integrity of our employees. Doesn't mean that we don't watch and see what they're doing, hence the quarterly reports, but we do have to have some faith and trust in our superintendent and employees that they will be doing what's in the best interest of the district and our children. Thank you.
Commissioner Merrill.
I have a question for Keith. Does, generally speaking, does the dollar amount have any influence on reporting from your database? I mean, it could be zero and it's just a report of transactions.
Correct. If it's a donation of a penny, it'll show up as long as there's cash involved. We wouldn't have any, we don't record gifts in kind or gifts of time or anything like that. But if somebody walked in and gave us a quarter, we'd record it.
Okay.
As that. That's why in real life you're probably going to get a listing of everything. It'd be just as easier to print out the entire list than try to pick and choose a high dollar amount.
But for example, if I went over to Monroe School tomorrow and gave them $20, would that still come down here to you and be out in that report?
If you gave it to the district funds and not to an activity fund, yes.
So this policy here, then, we're talking about district funds, a donation to the Fund 10 balance?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So, just in light of that, I'd like to make an amendment to the sentence in bold here. The board shall be informed no less than annually any gift to the school district. First paragraph.
Quarterly.
And that just parrots or echo exactly what Keith just said. The report is it's just a report. That money comes to the district, whether it's a quarter or 250,000 or more, it's just a report. So I think the intent here was when I was, I'm sorry, I'm editorial on my amendment.
Second. Okay, we have an amendment, and by Commissioner Mary, second by Commissioner DeStefano, and in the first paragraph, could you repeat the motion to make sure I have?
To change it to read that second sentence that's highlighted there, to read, the board shall be informed no less than annually of any gift given to the Janesville School District.
Any discussion? Commissioner Felt.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had talked about something like this regarding the dollar amount, and I think the wording where if it says to the district, if it's an activity fund, that is still a donation to the district. Would that not, and I guess this is a question for legal counsel, is if I give $5 to an activity fund, that is still a gift to the district, correct?
That would be my understanding.
And teachers going to local businesses asking for $25, $50 for the local health fair, that would be a gift to the district, would it not?
That would be the way I would.
That's the only reason why we went against it, is because we thought from a reporting standpoint this would become extremely onerous for $20 and $10 and $50, and that is the reason why we put it to $2,500. We were thinking of a lot of your PTOs and PTAs that are giving smart boards and iPads and the like to the schools. Well, usually the PTOs and the PTAs do not purchase the iPads. They do not purchase the smart boards. Instead, what happens is the school district purchases those items, and then those organizations cut a check for that dollar amount, which is again why we put the dollar amount at $2,500. So I'll be against the amendment in that from a reporting standpoint it makes it very time consuming, as well as a disincentive to teachers to go out, or school district employees to go out for those $25, $50, $100 donations that may go to the Lego League or to any of those other smaller activities, because from a legal standpoint they would be considered gifts to the school district. Thank you.
Commissioner Mary.
Thank you. That was an excellent question, and Attorney Moore answered it that way. I don't want to encumber the administration to track that either. I was just, what I heard Keith say was, when the money comes here, that's what we're going to report out.
If they write out that specific thing to them, yes.
Right. So, but then my next, then I wonder, so then I could give $2,000 a month, right? And not, no, and I wouldn't know. The board wouldn't know that I gave $20,000. Thank you. $24,000 a donation. I wouldn't know that because we said, so what do we need to know as a board? We just need to get a snapshot. If we want to, this is a policy, we can start it off here at 25. Okay. I don't think that's low enough for now, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. If we start to see that happening, we get $2,000 reporting from the same person, then we'll probably change the policy, I assume. But I think we have to remember why we're discussing these policies here. We've got more to come yet, is because the superintendent did some endorsing for Mercy Hospital, and it raised questions. And the questions were, was there a quid pro quo for doing that? Was there a donation? Was there something given in exchange? So that's why we're visiting this, because we want to make sure we understand what's going on. If there's money coming in, we need to know who it's from and why, or not necessarily why, but who. So I'd like to withdraw my amendment.
Okay. Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're back discussing the main motion.
Assuming the withdrawal has unanimous consent.
Okay, good consensus. Okay, so now Commissioner DeStefano.
Keith, can you answer this? And maybe you can't, but if in that same example somebody walked in and gave $20 to Monroe School, I would think that principal probably is going to have them write it out or direct it to the PTO or PTA, which then is different. Why not? Why? I mean, they could.
Could.
And that would eliminate that. So, we had Harrison School has their walk with the Hawks on Friday. And, when I got some money from my kids because they're doing the walk and that sort of stuff, the checks were written out to Harrison, I'm going to screw this up, Harrison PTO or Harrison PTA, whatever one they have, Harrison PTO, not to the Janesville School District, not to Harrison School, but specifically to Harrison PTO. They have their own separate reporting package, so that would not be subject to this gift. So if I wanted to write a check for $10,000 or $100,000, picking them out doesn't make any difference. It wouldn't be on here. So we could just direct
That's correct,
the principals.
because it's not a gift to us. It's a gift to a totally different entity.
Okay, so the principals could direct money to the PTO or PTAs. There's nothing that says they couldn't direct, and the PTO or PTAs exist solely to benefit the schools, so there'd be no reason not to do that.
I don't know what the benefit would be.
Well, you wouldn't
to have them give it to the PTO instead of the school.
Well, there might be some control. There might
Maybe
be.
they want to be anonymous.
They could be anonymous. You don't have the Gazette.
They're like giving to the foundation. It's the same theory.
Yeah, but the Gazette, they take a 2%, or the foundation takes a 2% fee. To the PTOs,
I was addressing your anonymous
right
comment.
So there's so many. Another reason that we don't need to go any further with this gift. There's so many loopholes and so many ways around this. We have to just trust our administration. I mean, we could probably debate this for the next 3 hours, and if we do, I'm going to leave before item 5 comes on the agenda. I mean, because we're. I don't know. I'm done.
Executive privilege would keep us less time than that. Have some? Commissioner Soderman.
Well, Kevin made a point that I was going to also bring up, that this says $2,500 in value. So someone could give 20 gifts of $2,000, even one a day. And so what they do in the old political reporting is, if someone's dollar amount exceeds a certain level within a period of time, whether it be election year or our budget year, then it should be reported. So I'll make an amendment that the board will be informed when an individual's gifts exceeds $2,000, individual or corp entity's gifts exceeds $2,000 during a budget year. The easiest way to fiscal year.
Why not just say cumulative value? Because then is it
That's implied, I'm sorry, that's what I meant to say.
Because it's
When
implied over the fiscal year anyways, isn't it?
total contributions exceed $2,000 during our fiscal year.
Okay.
So try to say that again? Okay.
Either that or I'll tell you how I understood it.
Sure, please. Please.
The motion for the sentence to read, the board shall be informed of no less than quarterly of any cumulative gift exceeding $2,500 in value. Cumulative gifts exceeding.
Shall be informed of any, I guess quarterly is fine, but of any gift, of any gifts accumulating more than $2,500 from any entity. Yeah, in a fiscal year.
Okay.
Is the fiscal year, I would think the fiscal year's applied, but I don't care.
Well, is it calendar year? Is it fiscal year? Is it school year? Is it? We have a lot of crazy years around here. Insurance year.
Fiscal is what we have worked with.
Right.
So if that's,
I'll keep it that, please.
Okay. And you second that?
Well,
Is there a second to that motion?
yes, but you said fiscal year and quarterly. I think you need to clarify it.
We're informed quarterly.
Okay.
Whenever it exceeds that amount in the fiscal year.
Okay, then I second that. I was unclear.
Okay. We have a
Thank you.
motion by an amendment by Commissioner Sodom and second by Commissioner Myers. Any further discussion? Commissioner Domerhausen.
I didn't think they expect me to talk tonight. I do have a question. We are lowering the 2,500 to 2,000?
I kept it 2.5. I'm sorry. My first comment said 2. When I repeated, I kept it at 2.5, as Greg did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sodom.
And again, I didn't get my way in the other vote, obviously, but at least this adds informing. And so when people are at least informed, it lets others in, therefore investigate it and makes it more public. So I think that these help somewhat. I mean, I'll still vote against the overall motion, but at least I like to get this past. This disclosure to me is key in these kind of things, full disclosure.
Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I only have a procedural question. Since we're amending a board policy, we're still all in the up and up. We can approve it, and even with the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I was checking on. Thank you, Council.
Any further discussion? Attorney Moore.
Can I suggest, if I understand the motion as Commissioner Soderman read, would read quarterly board shall be informed quarterly of gifts from a single donor cumulatively exceeding $2,000 during a fiscal year. Is that consistent with your intent?
Yeah, actually I changed it to 2.5, but the first time I did say 2, so you heard me right. But when Greg repeated 2.5, I said that's fine. And it was meant donor or any entity, so individual, company. I'm assuming donor would include all those things, correct?
Right, and it's the
Yes.
phrase a single donor I'm suggesting to be consistent with your intent.
Yes.
Okay.
Any further discussion with that as the motion? Commissioner Domerhausen.
A little bit of a definition on that last statement. And this is going at, if I own my company, which I do, and my company gives, and then I give, are those considered separate or the same?
Separate.
Separate.
Corporations are people.
Thank you, Mitt.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Can you just explain what a yes vote is and what a no vote is? Thank you.
I will when we get to the point of any further discussion. Okay, Dr. Schulte.
Sorry, I think I just need to make a clarifying comment. Commissioner Murray, you made a comment that this policy came about because of the endorsement that I made for Mercy Hospital, and that the board was concerned that I received money from Mercy, and I was never under that understanding that the board ever had any concern about that. So I wanted to clarify that, since this is an open meeting, and in closed session the board was pretty clear that they were not concerned about that.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. Assistant Board Clerk Blazer, could you let me know what motion we have on the floor?
Amendment?
The amendment.
Yeah, the amendment on the floor, thank you.
That the board shall be informed quarterly when a single donor or entity's gifts accumulates to more than $2,500 in a fiscal year.
Okay. So everybody's clear on the vote? Okay, we should vote. And that passes 8-0 with Commissioners DeStefano, Myers, Dummerhausen, Ardrey, Hasselbacher, Soderman, Murray, and Felt all voting in favor. Okay, now the motion is to accept the policy as amended, as shown, and with the additional amendment that we've passed. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, the board should vote. And that passes 7-1 with Commissioners DeStefano, Myers, Dummerhausen, Ardrey, Hasselbacher, Murray, and Felt all voting in favor, and Commissioner Soderman voting in opposition. Okay. See, next item is 9, I'll call it B, update on the Janesville International Education Program. Jane Thompson, a presentation on the International Winter Institute.
Actually, I'm going to start. Board President Audrey. Thank you. As the board will recollect, that the purpose of this is to make sure that the information about the Janesville International Education Program is being shared on a continuous basis. So every board meeting I will bring some information. Our Argentinian presentation is part of the Janesville International Education Program. It's a long-standing program of over 10 years. And you'll notice as they came today and we welcomed them, they brought gifts. That's typical of international exchange. We do the same when we travel internationally too. And they had the director from their program, so they had the head of their program as part of the exchange, and a teacher director as well. The second thing I would like to draw your attention to, if you'd look at the screen, as I try to make the linkage for some of our board members as to how student achievement is impacted, I thought about the initiatives that we have. And you'll see at the top some of our recent recognitions. As Principal McMahon talked about, we had 7 schools of recognition by the state of Wisconsin today for high student achievement. We were the only school district outside of Milwaukee that had that number of schools represented, so we were very proud of that and all the principals that were there. We had the top accountability score in Rock County, outpaced every other school district in the county, and we also know now that out of the 10 largest school districts in Wisconsin, and we're number 9 of the 10 largest, we had the #1 report card score. And then, thank you. And then, of course, as you know, we have one of the best Chinese language programs in the nation. So as we look at student achievement and what I continue to hear from the board in regard to our board goals, and we'll look at those again tonight, that the top goal, why we exist, why we are here in the school district of Janesville, is for our students and the achievement of our students. We have a number of initiatives going on. You're familiar, I think, with all of them. Project Redesign. You'll hear a little bit about that tonight. They're doing things like grammar boot camp to make sure all of our teachers are ready to deliver the kind of rigor in our classrooms that are needed. We will be looking at more graduation requirements. You'll see that later tonight, longer school day, and the addition of rigor and relevance to the curriculum. We've had our standards-based report cards rolled out, elementary, the 4321, and this year middle schools. Plan for equity and excellence, you'll hear about that tonight, and it's all about me squared. That's the plan to make sure that all of our students, in this case our students with disabilities, are also raising student achievement along with all the rest of our students. And then finally, our Janesville International Education Program also feeds into student achievement. World language is a part of that, French, Spanish, Chinese, and German. Those are the languages we currently have in the district. I'll foreshadow a little bit of what's to come. We know Hindustani is the third most spoken language in the world. It's a language we will be looking at. We need to look at Russian and Arabic. Arabic are right behind that. And we also know through research we need to be teaching kids starting in P4J if we want them to be fluent when they graduate. Also, as we make world connections, we believe it's important for our students and our teachers to have face-to-face connections. We're doing that through video exchange and through actual exchange, as we saw with the Argentinians tonight. And then also student and teacher exchanges and full-time tuition-paying students internationally to interact with our students here. Then the third thing that we'll look at tonight is Jane. Jane. She will be talking a little bit about our International Winter Institute. We ran a successful Summer Institute, as you know, with 33 students that came from Beijing, mostly elementary students, some high school students, and I escorted them back to China this summer. And now we're looking at our International Winter Institute.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Ardrey, Commissioners, Dr. Schulte, audience. The Janesville International Education Winter High School Institute will take place January 25th through February 9th. The successful Janesville International Elementary and High School Institutes were held and responded to the needs that employers and students K through 12 are asking and demanding for more opportunities for experience with other cultures. This will also give our students global experience without leaving home. It will give them that global advantage of achieving a Wisconsin Global Education Certificate that is going to be available next year. And it gives us in Janesville, Wisconsin, the opportunity to project who we are as Americans from the United States to those around the world. And the Institute will take place, as mentioned, the 25th through February 9th. It will also include a week, additional few days, not actually a week, but a few days optional to Chicago, Illinois for the group. And it's designed to, the Institute is designed to address the goals for the school district of Janesville in increasing global opportunities, cross-cultural understanding, global literacies, across the curriculum, increase revenue to the school district of Janesville, and increase enrollment through international exchange and tuition and enrollment into our school district. Thank you.
Okay, and questions are directed to whom? Okay, all right. I guess the first question I would have regarding the Winter Institute, we have the students from Argentina here for a 2-week period. This is roughly a 2-week period, and yet there is revenue, or I'll say a charge for the students being here. So I guess help everybody understand what the difference is.
Well, I can start. The Argentinian program was set up differently. It was set up 10 years ago, and they actually do the acquisition of money there. So they handle it on their end. Whether they make any profit on that or not, we wouldn't know. But it's all handled on their end. This model was set up differently, so it would be revenue generating to our district. Did I leave anything out?
No, the Argentina exchange is an intercultural exchange, face-to-face diplomacy. Set up on that model.
Just thought the financial piece was a different model, and it's important to understand what is the difference, particularly since we just had the Argentinian students present here. Any other questions? Okay, Commissioner Murray.
Thank you. Be patient, because I have a lot of questions. Have we balanced the Summer Institute yet? I mean, we've paid all our bills, and what was the final residual revenue from that? Do we know that yet? This is based off this memo we got in preparation for tonight's meeting, October 8th, 2013. Some background information. It says here the Janesville International Education Program was formed late spring of 2013. Well, that's correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that's true, because according to this timeline that I asked and I got in great detail, the first JIEP program meeting, just the first meeting, was November 19th of 2012. So that's not spring of 2013, that's fall of, so we've been at this a while, not just since spring,
Oh,
right?
absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
I think formally it was put together in the spring, but yes, we had steering committee meetings and looking at what we wanted to put together and what our objectives were, our goals. So there was a lot of preliminary work.
I'm just trying to get the facts. So Jeep was born somewhere in the fall of 2012. However, the board didn't approve it until August of 2013. That's a whole, that strikes many more questions about why not till almost a year later we're asked to approve a program.
I can respond to that,
Okay.
Commissioner Murray. I don't think the board typically does approve programs. I believe it was the board president that suggested that because there were questions about it, that a formal approval might be in order.
Yes.
But there are many programs that we have in the district that the board has never approved, and that's not one of the board's roles.
Let me ask this then, is the P4J a program?
I believe when there are issues of money expenditures, and there were with budget issues when we set up P4J, then and those things would come to the board if there was an outlay of money.
Well, you're not telling me that the JIEP program, there are no expenses or resources, it's school district resources being used?
There are a small amount of resources. The P4J program was much more extensive and a considerable amount of money. It was a budget item. The amount used from the local budget for the international program was minimal. So
See,
not any different than some of our other smaller programs.
And this is where I can't get any traction yet, that I still believe that since the fall of 2012, this program has consumed valuable resources, and I mean valuable time, by our high-ranking administrators to put on this wonderful program. I cannot get an estimate of how much time and of time resources is being spent on this program. I think there is great value there, and indeed, this is a program that needs approval, which we finally did. Excuse me, several months later, which we finally did. But these initiatives, in my opinion, need approval before they get off on the ground. And furthermore, we still don't know what the end game is. We have no projection or estimate on what the outcome is going to be. All I know is that maybe in the fall of 2014, we might have Chinese students coming here. We don't know how much we're going to charge them. I could guess. We don't know what the outcome is, so I'm left to continually be the hawk on this to balance, because we don't have an outcome. If we could simply say, Murray, in the fall of 2014, we predict we're going to have 20 Chinese students here at $20,000 a student, and therefore, based on our estimated expenses, we feel we will generate X amount of dollars for the district. Then, as a board member, I can say, in my mind, I can start to do the equation. I can start on each side of the equal sign and say, and this is the way I'm looking at it, based on, there are some minimal costs, but a very significant amount of time being spent on this project. And we haven't seen, or we haven't even been given, an estimate on the outcome.
I'm going to interrupt you just a second. And with the presentation, it was based on Winter International Institute. The dollar amount that would be charged is given. Their schedule is included. And so if we look at this Winter Institute, and then I guess I'm going to say, so the piece that's missing here is the expense component. We don't know how many students, am I incorrect here? To say exactly how many that will sign up. So those parts we don't know specifically yet, but, and I guess I'm just, if we focus on this Winter International Institute piece, because that was the presentation.
Okay.
Your comments that dealt directly with Jeep and what we don't know, that was acknowledged. It is ambiguous. We don't know what the future holds with respect to the program and what's going to happen in fall of 14. So I just wanted to separate those out just so we can stay on point for this particular topic.
With all respect, Greg, I was just given a report on some of these items that are very important to the district. They have nothing to do with Jeep.
True.
Right?
True.
So why was I given that? Why was the administration given the opportunity to put pink roses on this program? This was not part of the Jeep. I'm trying to formulate what Jeep is.
Right.
The Summer Institute was a piece. The Winter Institute's going to be a piece. To me, this is part of all the program discussion. This is all a piece of it. And I understand what the Winter Institute is and what the intent is, and I'm sure it's going to be very successful. I have people attend it that think the summer one was wonderful. But where are we going? And I have a question about the institutes then as well, since we're talking about the Winter Institute.
And I'll just hop in. I'll say what we see before us. In essence, we will talk about project redesign here a little later.
Mm-hmm.
We also do plan for the equity and excellence. That'll also be discussed. And Jeep was just a part of that. So this was in essence step one of a three-part presentation tonight. And so maybe as it was listed on the agenda, we should have broke it out a little separate and then introduced it separately and talked about it that way. But that's why it was presented as it's shown, and the Jeep part was the first piece.
Sure. Then I like using P4J program. It's something that we debated and approved based on what we expected the outcomes to be. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, the residual revenue from that program doesn't go back into the pre-4J program, it goes into the Fund 10 balance. Is that a true statement?
We don't have separate statements for each program. Everything is in
Right.
one set of books.
So why is it that the JEEP, the Janesville International Education Program, that was approved by the school board, that those residual funds don't go back directly into the Fund 10 balance? Instead, it's being used to fund further trips back to China and to fund whatever else. We don't even know what the balance is here on the Summer Institute. I don't know why is this program being different? Why are they able to use those funds the way they think they should be able to use them? Okay.
Trying to think how to answer that question. Just because we can identify how much money came in for a program, and actually we'll touch on this a bit in my budget presentation, it all goes into the same balance. It's just we can pull out the numbers. We know specifically what came in, so we can match what went out against it.
Okay.
It doesn't have its own set of books, but we would do that. We do that for summer school. Because we can break out what comes in, so we break out what goes against it. It doesn't mean that the person in charge of summer school has complete control over a private bucket of money. It's just we can break out the accounting detail from the books and specifically identify certain things to do a quick analysis if we try to make a guesstimate if they are plus, equal, or minus.
Okay. Thank you. However, in this particular program, I think it's, in my opinion, and I will keep an eye on this if I will be the only one, that it's very important to keep an eye on these resources being used, because if we get to the next year and the year after, and we don't see the Chinese students coming, because this is a piece of the Jeep puzzle, I understand, but that's what I'm going to keep my eye on. Then I have one more question about the resources. I understand Dr. Smiley is doing some work with the IT side of this, trying to literally connect to China and Thailand and other schools around the world through technology. And I know, for example, at my house, I have a desktop, that's the hardware, and I have some software in there to make it run, and then I pay Charter a monthly bill to provide the service for it. So my question is, knowing that this initiative right now, this Chinese initiative piece of the Jeep puzzle, my question is, is there or is there not resources needed to do that? Or are we using existing resources? You know what I mean? If you're going over to China, there's got to be hardware, software, and the current to make it run.
I'm using existing
Before you respond to that, I guess, and Kevin, I don't have any issues with the questions. I just don't think that right now, as we're talking the Winter Institute,
well,
I guess I'm trying to follow the tie-in. So if we were talking finances and those pieces, then so if you could just work with me a little bit to tie this in.
Then, I don't know, because agenda item number 9, update on Janesville International Education Program. I thought the intent of this discussion is to make sure we understand what's going on.
As a whole.
Okay?
Thank you.
Sure. So I don't have any. So that's a question I have. I have many others. I'll wait for the next meeting. But I think the software, hardware, technology is an interesting question.
Dr. Schulte?
Commissioner Murray, you can ask questions at any time. I'm in my office and I'm available by phone. Feel free to continue to ask questions. It helps if we have a little bit of time to research or to get the numbers for you, rather than just have the questions presented at a board meeting. But we're happy to answer questions at any time.
I'm trying to control my Irish in me. I'm elected by the people in this community, and I'll ask questions when I feel it's most appropriate. I do the best I can to ask questions ahead of time, but in this particular issue, I think it's most important to do this in a public forum.
The only thing, and I'll, as I look at this, and I believe, and I would agree completely. I mean, I guess one of the things is the 9 of us that sit on the board. It is our responsibility to keep an eye on the district, not just you, from a finance standpoint, from a safety, our employees, as we look at the whole picture, which we'll talk about that even more as we get into goals, because I do not spend the time that I spend not to try to help this district to be the best that it can possibly be. So it isn't just you with your eye on any one particular part, and it's all of our jobs, whether we choose to do it or not. So I just wanted to say it's not just yours. Also, when it comes to the questions, I think Superintendent has said we're going to have an update basically every board meeting. So as those questions come out, we won't necessarily, I won't say we, administration won't necessarily be prepared to answer the questions as you've asked publicly, but presentation-wise, they can easily respond to that and provide the answers, because here it's just a question and they can respond, but we'll have to get back to you because they're not prepared for that. So I just think for all of us to make sure we get the most information, the best manner, and keep our eye on what's going on. If you can share those questions with the superintendent, then she can have responses for us and go through those update-wise. And if you want to share them with me and her, then as we talk, it's like, so where are you at with this, so we'll know what's coming when, and it's easy enough to provide an update for that. Okay. Commissioner Soderman.
I know we want to get off that topic, but I want to make sure that I can respond to a couple of Commissioner Murray's statements for clarity. I guess as a comparison, back in, I think it was summer of '07, at your father's funeral, is when Quint got together with a superintendent before then, talked about his programs, and then he went to a training session in the fall, and then in December, a bunch of us went that year as well to Pensacola to hear Quint's thing, and then the following spring, we officially approved it. So there was research done ahead of time before we actually voted on it. Likewise, this program here, research was kind of taking people different places to find out what was best, and as I said at the last board meeting, and we started getting more and more involved, it made sense to me in hindsight to at least have a vote to bless the research that was going on. That's what Greg then did at our last board meeting. We will still be voting on final things such as what do we charge for tuition, number of students, specifics when those things come up again. We just simply approved, yes, keep looking in this direction to see where this takes us. Because as we're getting more and more into it, as you correctly pointed out, you wanted to have some oversight. And that's why we did that last board meeting, was to at least make sure we're up to date on those things, that there is no questions. We will have votes in the future on specific plans or programs that are related to this, to Jeep. So again, yes, some time went by from the time we first started doing research till, things got voted on. And in hindsight, we should have done perhaps a couple months sooner that vote, but it was just things are kind of developing as far as, where does this take us as far as research, much as a Studer program did. So I just wanted to make that point clear.
Thank you, Commissioner Soderman. Okay, any further questions on Jeep and Winter Institute, or comments? Okay, Dr. Schulte.
As I prepare for each board meeting and decide what to cover on Jeep, as you all know, we have a board agenda setting meeting, and either Commissioner Audrey or myself, anytime board members can say what they would like me to cover. What I'm covering is what is most pertinent coming up. Since we have a Winter Institute, I thought that would be most interesting to the board. I know we're waiting on the summer conclusion of the budget for the Summer Institute, but also the Finance Office has been preparing the budget for the year. And so I didn't bug him this time about doing that. That is yet to come. But please, Commissioner Murray or any other board member, if you want to see something in particular about Jeep at the next board meeting, you already know I'm going to be covering it at every board meeting. Please tell us in advance, and we can have some good preparation time. I'm happy to talk about it publicly.
Okay. Next item, number 10. The board welcomes new Franklin Assistant Principal Brett Berg. Welcomes. Dr. Sperry.
The board did approve this, Commissioner Felt, so if you would, please welcome Mr. Brett Berg to his new position. Welcome him to his new position as Franklin Middle School Assistant Principal, and Brett has a few thoughts he would like to share with the board and the audience.
Do you want me to open this up to the floor first? I've been waiting for this. Good evening, I know. Good evening, everybody. I do appreciate this. I've never been at a loss for words, ever. And I believe the first time I stood up here was almost 2.5 years ago, and I waited about 2 hours to get up here. Kim gave me this great, Dr. Earhart gave me this great introduction. I said 3 or 4 words, and then I had to run out of the house because it was bath time. So I run to the house because it was bath time. But I really do appreciate everything that everybody in this room has done for me. I was in a unique situation 2.5 years ago when I first took this position, that the coordinator of 21st Century Learning and Public Information. And I was able to learn from some great people. I was mentored by some incredible people. All of you sitting at the board table, as well as the directors and the members of the cabinet, the administrative team. It was a unique experience, and I wish a lot of people were able to kind of see the things that I was able to see before going into building administration, because it was very eye-opening. As a teacher for 8 years in the district, I didn't realize a lot of the behind-the-scenes things that happened. I get it now. I understand. Sometimes more than I wanted to. And Dr. Schulte has been great with me. She let me learn. It took me a while to kind of get my feet underneath me, but I think it was a good run. So I'm very, very happy to be going back to Franklin. Taught there for 8 years. I also taught at Edison. My 2 principals before Dr. Ernest, my last year at Franklin, were Dr. Earhart and Dr. Sperry. So I had some great people to learn from at the building level, and then I came here. So it's been awesome. I'm looking forward to it. Dr. Earhart told me he wasn't going to cry, so that's a good thing. I appreciate that too. So if anybody wants to go for it, now's the time. Go for it. There we go.
Up with the first 2, our roast. Brett, we know the students at Franklin have someone they can look up to.
Thank you.
Perhaps not physically, but in every other
Touché.
way.
Well, that was supposed to be Kevin's, but yeah.
Congratulations. We're going to miss you here, but you do a great job at Franklin, and so
thank you.
Look forward to it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Murray.
Your work here has been nothing but incontinent.
Thank you.
I mean, consistent.
Yes.
But, you know, we're able to kid you because we know you have a great soul. And I think you're going to do a wonderful job and a great addition to that.
Thank you.
To that school. So all kidding aside, congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Felt.
Don't worry, you're okay, huh?
Okay. Thank you.
This is a loss to the ESC and to the board and to the administration, but honestly, it's a good thing. The reason why it's a good thing is because while you had a really positive effect on the ESC, the administration, and this board, you're going to a much better place. You're going to have a... He's not dead. What's the laugh? He's going to a better place in the respect that he is going to have a daily effect on our kids. He's going to take the positive attitude, the dedication to his job, and the commitment to our children and bring that to the kids at Franklin every single day. And don't get me wrong, while this board needs help at times, I would much rather have them there helping our kids than having to babysit us. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
So he doesn't get the last word.
Well, that was a perfect ending for me. I can't get much better than that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Commissioner DeStefano.
Yeah, I want to echo all the comments. Maybe not the incontinence or the death speech here, but you know, I think it's a great move for Franklin. Dr. Ernest is getting somebody who he can count on. The kids are going to be the big winner in this. And just a reminder, you're not allowed to resign from the alumni committee.
No, I'm
so,
out. No.
Selfishly,
No.
that was very important. So,
No
thank
problem.
you.
Anyone else? Just a couple of things that I want to say, and you know, I look at it as we went through changing, and this was one of the things that just stood out for me. As we went through changing our insurance program and the work that went into that, the professional level of document that Brett, along with Dr. Call, put together, it was exemplary. And I say that at Alliant, we had a similar document put together, and I had ours out, and somebody looked and said, "Who did that?" And I said, "It was one of the district employees. Did a fantastic job, and it did not take a backseat to the one that we spent who knows how much to have put together." And that was just an example of, I don't believe it was actually asked. It was just something that he took on, and to make it easier for our employee groups to understand. And you've done that with us as a board and myself as board president, so I will say thank you very much. And I think, as it said, you are going to a place that our students will really appreciate, and you'll help lead them in a much positive direction. So there'll be a dynamite team over at Franklin. The only thing we'll need to do is give you guys more students, and I'll be working on that.
I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
All right, good. Thank you. Thank you very
much. Next item on the agenda, a presentation of the Plan for Equity and Excellence. It's all about me squared, meeting and exceeding expectations. This would be number 2 from the overhead presentation earlier.
This is the one.
Dr. Schulte, any intro here? Okay. Dr. Earhart.
I gotta get a different one. They just sent
I'll start talking now. Well, he's going to show off his technical ability here and try to make this work here, but I'll be happy to give the introduction. Good evening, board members, cabinet members, and members of our audience. It's my pleasure tonight to do an overview of the Equity and Excellence Pilot Plan. This is a joint plan. Its goal is to improve student achievement for students with disabilities. The equity looks at the situations of learning for students with disabilities, making sure that we have the most equitable situation for quality learning. And the excellence part then is the practices, the curriculum, the teaching, the learning, making sure that we square both of those two areas together to improve and motivate student achievement. Why the plan? You know, as you know, we're very pleased with our recent state school report card results. Our composite score, 74.8, places Janesville in the exceeds expectation category. When you compare Janesville School District with 10 of the largest school districts in the state of Wisconsin, which were number 9, what's Janesville's score? Number one out of the 10 largest. The same is true when you look at our scores comparative with all the school districts in Rock County. Number 1. However, we're not pleased with that. We want to continue with our quest for better scores and higher student achievement. To that end, our goal is to reach the significant exceeds expectation category in 5 years. That would kind of be at the A level if you want to use letter grades, or it would be at the 4 level if you're at a middle school or elementary school. So we want to move from the 3 to the 4, the B to the A. So this means we have to improve by 8%. Some would say this is a pretty lofty goal. We believe it is attainable by a refinement of our current plan, a tighter learning targets that then get translated into each of our building school improvement plans. So why a plan for students with disability? Because without it, we'll never get there. Our student population for students with disabilities represents about 14% of our total student body, and by virtue, their disability status prevents them from testing well. Learning is difficult. It is hard. They have a thing called performance inconsistency. However, we do know with a very well-developed and coordinated plan, we can do battle with performance inconsistency, and we can improve student achievement as measured on the WKCE test for students with disabilities. So our plan is to start with a pilot plan. So this year you're gonna learn tonight about the pilot plan that involves 5 of our students, and there are certain key ingredients of that plan that I want to preview. First of all, this is a joint plan between the curriculum department and the Office of Special Education Services. We're working as one team together to realize this positive impact. You're also going to hear about double dose instruction in reading and math. Mr. Lemire is going to talk about that. So listen to carefully how that particular strategy will improve those particular scores. We're going to have very, very, very clear and specific learning targets that we know will improve performance on the WKCE. We're going to look very carefully at the results from our curriculum-based assessments. You keep hearing me talk about those. Those are interim assessments that we've developed in our own district, and we're going to carefully analyze what information that we can determine from those particular assessments that tells us, are we on target? Are kids learning? Are they moving in the direction that we want them? We're also going to get teachers together in terms of data retreats, and those teachers collectively will look at all of that data and again determine, are we moving ahead? Are we moving forward? Do we need to make mid-course corrections? Are we on plan? So at this point I would like to also invite to the podium my friend and colleague, Dr. Barb Kelly. She is the supervisor for Special Education Services. And I want to start with a question, Barb, here. So why do we need a joint effort? What's wrong with a separate but equal instructional plan for our students with disabilities?
Well, Dr. Earhart, thanks for asking. I'm going to say collaboration is the best way to move forward. In the past, we've had a lot of separateness. We've had separate curriculums, separate offices, separate classrooms. And separate but equal has not worked for us in the past. Therefore, we need to work as one, a joint effort. Because instruction in the special education classroom did not mirror the instruction in the general education classrooms, our students with disabilities may have, would not perform as well as they may have on our state and local assessments. Students with disabilities work best in the mainstream. What does that mean? That means we need to set and monitor specific measurable improvement goals for all students with disabilities. That means monitoring the CBA results to inform instruction, and it also means those targets and goals must be connected to the school improvement plan. The first phase of the pilot plan was to identify 5 schools that represent a cross-section of the school district to implement the pilot plan. Those schools are Adams, Jefferson, Madison, Edison, and Craig. The goal of the pilot plan is to discover the best instructional strategies, the best curriculum and resources, materials, best scheduling and programming, and also what necessary professional development needs to happen. Ultimately, we'll be replicating the process to all of our schools in the district. At this time, we'll hear from Principal Lemire with the pilot plan and how that's developing at Edison Middle School.
If you would. Good evening, President Ardrey, Commissioners, Dr. Schulte, colleagues, members of the audience, those watching at home.
The Equity and Excellence Plan at Edison Middle School started off this year is addressing the needs of all of our students, raising achievement, and closing the gaps for all of our students. What we have done this year is look closely at the scheduling of our special education students. We have now taken our students that were in previously self-contained classrooms, which they would be learning reading and or math with a special education teacher, now having them in co-taught classrooms with a regular education teacher and a special education in that teacher as well in that room. As now they're beginning to be with their peers, and as research states that once they're with their peers, they will close or raise their achievement a little bit more than being in a classroom with a special education teacher. This way they're getting the information from the quote-unquote expert in that area or in that content area. Now, just having them in those co-taught classes isn't enough. So what we did also was put, as Dr. Earhart stated earlier, a double dose of reading and a double dose of math as well. But what that means is that these students that are in these special education classes will take part in a strategies class to front load material before they walk into that classroom. Or if their strategies class was going to be after that class, they would get an extra smaller class instruction, and a little bit more pinpoint and laser-like focus, as Dr. Earhart always likes to say, of what the material was in that class. That way the special education teacher that they were part of that co-taught class can give them the same vocabulary, the same communication, and there's no lapses in that. Previously, Edison Middle School and most middle schools in town had what was called learning labs, which became somewhat more homework recovery. We're taking that out, and we're making more direct instruction in reading and math, the double dose of not only having it with the quote-unquote expert in the content area, but also with the special education teacher. New at Edison Middle School this year too is case manager homerooms. Students that are on caseloads with special education teachers, which approximately 14 students, will have a period of time, 8:15 to 8:45 in the morning, with directly their case manager. And what is that for? Again, to build on strengths and as far as math and reading, but also IEP goals. In past, in special education, we did have case managers that typically may not have seen their student all day long. This way, every day, particularly Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, those students will see their case manager, work on IEP goals, work on math, and reading directly. Also, those case managers in those times are setting goals and progress monitoring those students as they work through curriculum-based assessments, other assessments throughout the day, helping them to reteach, helping them to hopefully be more successful as Edison and all the middle schools venture down the standards-based report card that is new this year. They're working with them and setting specific goals that when IEP meetings happen with families and parents, they can have those direct communication of how their child is excelling in the classroom. And I use excel because that's what we will accept, nothing but excelling. Not to mention that, the last thing that we continue to always work on with our students amongst the data retreats and CBAs is we always determine the best way for students to perform on a WKCE test by putting them in one-on-one situations, small group situations for testing, or possibly large group. Those students and special education teachers know those students the best. We want to put them in the most optimal position to excel on their assessments. So that is what we are working on in equity and excellence at Edison Middle School. I would now like to ask Lisa Brovik, academic learning coach for Parker High School and Craig High School, to come up to talk about Me Squared. Shoot.
What is a student with disabilities? I mean, is that a kid with just attention deficit disorder? Is it a kid with autism? Is it just diagnosed? I'm curious as far, because if, you know, for a lot of us who've spent some time in a classroom, you know, I was there last week at Harrison and watched the second grade class, and, you know, I would say that 90% of the second grade boys have attention deficit disorder.
Because a young boy, and probably even myself in second grade, because they would have attention deficit disorder, does not make them have a specific learning disability. Those students, as they go through schooling, we look at specifics, and you might have heard response to intervention. Typically in years past, possibly in education, a kid would struggle, and we would assume that they possibly have a learning disability. Now, we're ramping up the efforts in our interventions to say, okay, let's take a step back. Let's make sure we make it direct, small group instruction. Maybe that's what the child needs. Maybe it needs to be tier 3, which is like an opportunity in class or somewhere else during the day where it's 1-on-3, direct, smaller group. And if they're getting it, obviously they weren't, to my age, they're not, have a learning disability. But typically now they are tested then by a special education teacher. They go through all that, and if they find out at the end that they have a specific learning disability, they could be of SLD, they could be cognitively have a cognitive disability, or they can be emotionally behavioral disability. So those would be the 3 areas for me right now to talk about kids that have the disabilities.
Are we confident that our number of 1,429 is pretty close, or is there a lot that is not diagnosed?
Refer to the.
It is accurate. That was our last count. So that's how many kids are identified. Sure. And then at any given time, we may have students who have been referred in the school buildings as well.
Thank you. I'm good.
Mr. Soderman.
Jim, I'm asking this more just to repeat emphasis for the audience and those watching. The answers I think I know already. I hope I know already, but let's just review them. When you talk about closing the gap, obviously one way is to raise achievement. Of course, the gap can be closed by lowering achievement over here. We're not talking about that at all, correct? We're talking about still raising for both classes, if you will, but focusing on those with disabilities perhaps more than before, but still improving for all groups, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The second question is to point out, just to state it again, is as you are bringing the students together in the classroom, you use the word co-taught.
Okay.
So now parents then shouldn't assume or think that their child is going to have less attention because now we're having more resources used by one teacher. You're having 2 teachers in the classroom so that there's still the same attention given to the non-disabled students, perhaps even more, versus them thinking that they're going to get less attention. I just want to make sure that's understood, that people don't pass it up. So it's co-taught, so now you have 2 teachers in the class handling the responsibility.
And right now, as we're seeing, just formally or informally at Edison Middle Schools, our special education teachers, as I'm meeting with them, those students that might have been in classrooms just with a special education teacher without their peers, their regular education peers, they're now walking into these classrooms with regular education peers, the 2 teachers like you just talked about. There's a lot of more chins are up, there's confidence, and when I talk about some of those strategy classes, we're front-loading material, and then they go into the regular ed classroom, they're like, hey, I know this stuff. And you are starting to see even special education students that have their hands up, which you may have never seen before. So either before or at the back end, depending on the kid's schedule, we're really trying to extend the learning and use some of that same communication. And it's a lot of confidence when they're in classes with their other kids. And as you said very well, that they have a special education teacher and a regular education teacher in there.
So we are in no way, quote, dumbing down the curriculum to include everyone. We're still challenging all people
We're doing the exact opposite.
Thank you. I just make sure people, again, sometimes that's assumed. I want to make sure no one.
We're ramping it up.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Myers.
You mentioned about the case managers. Are the case managers also, are they part of the team teaching or the co-teaching partnership? Are they a separate entity?
As best as we can, depending on the schedules, we are trying to make sure that that special education teacher with those kids are in that math, more so in the reading and or math class as best as we can. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult with scheduling, but we're really trying to, that whole communication and that special education teacher having contact with that child during the day just to get to know the child more, get to know the communication more, the family. That's what we're really striving for.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I'd like to pass this over to the academic learning coach at Craig High School and Parker High School, Lisa Brovic.
Wanted to add one point because I think it's an important one that Mr. Soderman brought up. Really, the ultimate goal of this whole program is to dismiss students from the label, to dismiss students from the identification. And again, we believe with a lot of good work, a lot of coordinated planning, and good instruction, we can do that. Traditionally, in the school district of Janesville, we were pretty high. We were over-identifying kids. We've moved away from that, and this plan, in essence, will look to move more kids out of special education, dismiss them from the program, and put them in the mainstream as they should be. Now, Lisa Brover.
Good evening, Board President Ardrey, Commissioners, and Dr. Schulte. And yes, I am here to talk to you tonight about how Craig High School is implementing the Equity and Excellence Program. And just our focus with this program is we've really renamed it from the student's perspective. It's all about me squared, meeting and exceeding expectations. And one other connected note, I know it's an important goal for the board that we're really focusing on increasing student achievement no matter where the students are. And in fact, another one of our goals actually has a very similar name from the College Board, and that's our Equity and Excellence rating, because we are looking to increase the percent of our students who successfully take a College Board AP course during their high school career. And so because that already is a major focus for us under the term equity and excellence, we sought to rename this from the student's perspective so that we could differentiate between our two efforts. And it is about an inclusive approach at Craig High School to increasing student achievement for all students. And the foundation of that really is goal setting and progress monitoring for those curriculum-based assessments that Dr. Earhart has been talking to you about. And at the high school level, we have those throughout 9th and 11th grade, English and reading classes, math classes, science, and we're just starting now in social studies with U.S. history. And it really is about students taking ownership of their achievement and growth. And as part of that, we also realized we needed to increase communication within a building as large as ours. And our ultimate goal, as always, is increase college and career readiness for our students. What I'm showing you here, and this is in the packet of materials that you have, is just so you can see a sample of how do we go about talking about this with our students. How do we lead high school students in goal setting so that they can target growth? And what we do is we break down for students so they know from those CBAs which skills they can identify were their strengths, which they still need to work on. And then there really is a collaborative effort between the math, the English teachers, the science teachers in setting an action plan. The teachers implement best strategies, best practices in their instruction, and then students, of course, apply those skills and strategies not only in the English class or math class, but it's part of our school improvement plan that teachers in all content areas reinforce the key math skills and reading skills they use in their content areas too, so that this approach really impacts students throughout the school day. And one thing that we thought was important for students was to really have a visual component to help students set their growth targets and then monitor their progress. And this is what it hopefully will look like for many students as we progress through this first semester, where they set their growth target based on their week 3 results. They then monitor their progress with their actual score and then set a new growth target for the next time they take one of these assessments. And of course, you know, to make this work in a big high school, we really needed to increase communication. We needed to have this targeted learning support possible. We needed to get the right information about student learning needs to the right people at the right time. And that includes multiple groups of people. For one, yes, the teachers of students with disabilities and ELL teachers. For their caseloads, the kids they work specially with, they participate in conferencing with the students, goal-setting sessions, ongoing progress monitoring, as well as making sure the students are receiving the right supports in their schedule and throughout the student day or the student's day. We also offer strategies classes, and these are open for all students, regardless of whether you're identified to be a special education student or not. They're offered for students so they could have that double dose of support if they elect that in reading and or math. And we offer these again for credit in addition to, let's say, their regular English 9 class or in addition to their algebra class. We offer multiple years of support in reading if students need that, as well as we offer this double dose of support for Algebra 1 now, geometry, as well as Algebra 2. And really, as I said, the ultimate goal is increased college and career readiness. We have an aligned assessment system at the high schools. Our CBAs prepare students for the PLAN assessment, which is an earlier version of the ACT. So the PLAN is aligned with the ACT. And the ACT, in fact, is even accepted by technical colleges, or their alternate assessment students can take to get into a technical college is still aligned with the same system. And one of the things then that we use to track growth is the college readiness benchmark. So we're able to know for our students if they are on track, if they get annual scores on, let's say, the PLAN or the ACT, if they're going to be on track for readiness for, again, either that technical colleges or the university. And regardless of where our students are with this system, we're able to continue to monitor that they're making growth.
So in summary, you can see that the pilot project in the 5 schools is trying to use what we know as best practice in teaching and learning, applying it directly to our schools, to our situation, to Janesvilleise that, and then come up with a best practice scenario that we will universally use in all of our schools next year. And we believe that that particular plan will drive student achievement and ultimately end up in better results. That's our plan, that's our goal. What can we do for questions for you?
Commissioner Felt?
Thank you, Mr. President. It might be the whole group, so. I know Commissioner DeStefano asked, you know, when we're talking about disability, how many subsets are we talking about? Because there's EL, just the back of the envelope. I mean, because when you say a student with disabilities, that could be one specific subset, it could be a group of those. So when we're talking about students with disabilities, roughly how many identifiers are there that puts that student as a disabled student?
How many identifiers?
Yeah, you have English,
categories,
language
right.
learning, you have cognitive ability, you have behavioral disorder,
Yes,
you have
there
emotional disorder. Roughly how many are there?
13.
Thank you.
Roughly.
Yeah, but then if you take the 13 and then do it 13 factorial, so there's hundreds. Then we go to...
I'm sorry, did I...
You want me to do the deaf one back? I can come back to the deaf thing. Next is, you say there's an ever-growing gap between students with disabilities and their non-disabled peers in academic areas of reading and math. Has the cause been identified? If there's an ever-growing gap, have we figured out what some of those causes may be?
Well, the research shows that the more we isolate students from the general ed curriculum, the more apt they are to not receive the instruction they need to do well on the assessments, the state and local assessments. So that is one area. Another area suggests that when we also include students with the general ed curriculum or environment, that we provide the co-teaching model, which is the #1 model for students to make gains in the general ed setting, and then the differentiated curriculum. So I think we know, and we are just going to put a heavier target on it.
Because the concern that I have, or because I don't really have the data here, is then to the next paragraph it talks about how 57% of the students with disabilities actually have 80% of their time in general classes anyways. So they're not really taken out. The majority of their time is already in those general classes. And then, so that's over half of the students. So from a test score standpoint, are those the ones that are still having the ever-growing gap? Or is it the 9% that are 20% or less in the general population? I guess the thing that I'm curious about, because I'm weird like that, is with those different pulling out of students, is the problem, is the chronic problem or the real core problem those 9% that are at the 20% and less? Is it across the board the same? Because if it's across the board and same, then the argument about putting them into general classes doesn't hold as much weight because you already have half of them. They're in 80% of the classes with the rest of the students anyways.
Well, they are for most of the time. They still receive a small portion of their special education services outside that general ed setting. And that's really at that category, that's where we're going to say that when those students are pulled, are they still accessing the general ed curriculum? Are we replacing the curriculum? Or are we reteaching and pre-teaching what needs to go on in the general ed classroom?
I would add that we need to do a much better job in the mainstream. Students who are included even in co-taught classes, we have to do a much better job of that instructional delivery. And hopefully you kind of caught the coordination part, where you're going to have the same teacher that's going to be reinforcing content, that's going to be in that classroom, so they're going to know what the instructional target is, they're going to know how the introduction of the lesson was made, so that they can reinforce as identically as possible those key learning targets. When you do that, you get gains.
I guess that's the part that I'm trying to understand, because I'm not against mainstreaming, because I do know that it has benefits. It's just from the data that you're showing here that if over half the special needs kids are already in the mainstream 80% of the time, is their gap expanding at the same rate as those that are in the mainstream a less amount of time? Do you understand where I'm going there? Mm-hmm. And I don't know what that data is. You guys may, you may not. So that was an issue that I hadn't asked about. Mm-hmm. Next, Lisa. The program that you showed, It's All About Me, the goal setting form.
Right.
Is that being done with the teacher and the student together?
Yes, it is.
I guess the reason why I ask is because how many students are going to know what their proficiency level is?
That is actually on the CBA, that when they complete that, and typically the teacher's doing that through guiding them through the smart board, or
so in other words, the teacher is kind of telling them what their professional.
The teacher's telling them what it is. They also already have that labeled on this other document they have, which would be their own assessment results. That's in front of them.
What I'm assuming how this will actually work is that the teacher actually guides the student, because I'm going to guess most of the students aren't going to understand analysis, figure of speech analysis. In other words, this is something that is done with the teacher, but the teacher is guiding the student.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Same thing with the next one, where you talk about error category, large concept area, small concept area, calculation error. I'm going to assume that the teacher is guiding the student regarding that.
The teacher is guiding the students all through that. It absolutely,
having the kid understand a concept is just in general
and
is good.
Part of what the purpose of having the teachers to guide the students through that is, students really are unfortunately just used to, I got 3 wrong or 4 wrong, and thinking, well, next time I'm going to just hope that I'm going to get only 2 wrong instead. And we're trying to get the students, as well as better communication and more laser-like focus on what are the targets, the skills that we're really trying to learn. So that it's not just about a number or hoping for a better score, but what are we really trying to learn in this class?
Right. And I do like the idea of doing the visual and having the student do that, because that way they actually see the progress, or not the devolution. On the Equity and Excellence Plan Case Manager Checklist, where it talks about the essential questions, is that just basically kind of a staff meeting where we're talking about what's working and what's not working? Or is that a conversation with the student? Because you have the questions of how to impact positively student achievement, what are the best strategies, what professional development will have the greatest impact.
Those are the 3 essential questions that are kind of, in fact, from the plan and the major goals. And that was the intro to our kind of staff rollout, as far as why are we embarking on this plan for this year? What are the big picture things that we need to guide our work?
Gotcha.
It's for the teachers.
I know this is hard to believe, but this is actually the last question that I have so far. Am I on track to be college ready? Basically, the purpose for this is to make sure that we stay on track for a DPI school report card?
No, the purpose of that actually is to have a better communication tool for trying to explain to students and to parents, what does this plan test that they're having me take, which is an earlier version of the ACT, or even the ACT, what does that have to do with my career plan? because a lot of families don't understand that the plan score, the ACT score, actually connects to getting into Black Hawk Technical College, getting into the things you want, and that your ACT score is actually a predictor of your readiness for college. So that's something that we're going to, first of all, to educate our teachers with, and now through our transition meetings and plans and working with students as well.
And in addition, DPI evaluates us on this.
It happens to also totally align with that, yes. But it is all about what's best for kids.
I won't disagree. Just because it serves two purposes
That's
doesn't mean
right.
it's a bad thing. Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Myers?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Is there a transition element from to this plan for kids that are getting ready for work or college? I mean, I know you mentioned the testing and helping the kids track and understand it, but is there a transitional element to help them get through the application process or to help scout for schools or anything like that?
Briefly ahead with
It's actually in the next
in
presentation.
the next presentation is going to be referenced because you're going to hear about some new courses that are going to be proposed, and that all is with that in mind.
Okay, great. And I have one more question about the number of assessments. And so am I to understand that you've got basically one assessment here pretty much per quarter with the exception, so we're not like talking weekly assessments, we're not going over, we're not having a weekly staffing meeting with the kid or anything like that, right?
We want to have frequent assessment of learning,
Okay.
and as often as possible, because then you can determine if kids are making the particular gains. The CBA assessments generally come quarterly.
Okay.
The one that we have in the first quarter, though, we usually have 2 of them.
Okay, okay. And I'm just, is there room for some, because I worry sometimes about our over-assessing of kids and sort of stripping the opportunity for some creativity and flexibility within the curriculum with the assessments, right? I mean, I know assessments are important. I do them all the time, but I'm concerned about the number of assessments. Is this over and above? Is this what's already there? How often are we assessing?
Again, I think we should, every time we teach, we should assess. Do we have to take a 5-page pencil and paper test? No, but I think we should. Good teaching is always assessing. You're always trying to determine if kids are understanding what it is that you're teaching. What we're trying to do with all of these efforts is ensure that we have mastery. I think you get some of your best creativity, you get some of your best thinking when you ensure that students have a very strong basal understanding of what we're doing. And traditionally, some of our, if you looked at the profile of student learning, we use the analogy of Swiss cheese. There's a lot of holes in it. So all these efforts are trying to shore things up so that you really have a strong level of mastery. So then you can do more interesting and lots of creative and problem solving and all of those good things. But without a strong balance, I think you don't get positive results on that end too.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's one comment that I have, and I see this as maybe a bigger pilot. As I look at this, and I would say ultimately my goal is individual, focused, differentiated education for all the students. So clearly this gets us down the path of understanding what we need to do for students with disabilities. But then as an extension, the next step would be then for all of the students differentiating the education to meet their needs to prepare for their next steps in life. So just had to make that comment, get my plug in. Thanks. At this point, if we need a short recess,
Yes.
trying to look for consensus here.
Vote.
Okay.
Do we need to vote?
A short recess.
Whatever it takes, we'll do it.
Item number 12, review revised board policy 6310, high school graduation and administrative regulation. Graduation, the first reading for the board. Dr. Earhart.
I'm back, and as you can see on the agenda, there was supposed to be a quartet here that was supposed to be part of this presentation, but I'm gonna do a solo act. So I'm gonna try and do all 4 parts at once, and some of it will be some sight reading through part of it. But I've been very involved with the process, so I'll work hard to be a good guide through all of it. This is the first reading of our new graduation requirements, in which we're asking the board to approve raising the requirements from 22.5 to 26.5 that would become effective in 2014. Well, where did this proposal come from? And I want to draw you back to Project Redesign. And if you remember, in March 27, 2012, at Parker High School at 9:30 in the morning, we launched Project Redesign. And Project Redesign was really a response to the referendum that the Janesville community had completed for both our high schools. It was a $72 million referendum that really, whose goals was to upgrade the infrastructure of both of our high schools to make sure that it was state-of-the-art for learning. So the goal or the answer of Project Redesign is to make sure that the curriculum, the teaching, and the learning was also 21st century learning and state-of-the-art. So it's in response to that, significant effort that the community put into our buildings. Project Redesign is a collaborative effort of the staff of both of our high schools and the leadership. Involved over 100 teachers, and a lot of that time was volunteered several summers ago. So it's a very collaborative venture. One of the important benchmarks to evaluate its assessment is the ACT. And you heard Lisa Brofik talk about how the ACT is an important measure of success in career in college. And when we started this project, our ACT scores were at best lackluster. They weren't impressive, and we really believed that we could do better. So that's part of the driving force behind Project Redesign. Project Redesign is also about creating a high school experience that's more rigorous, that's more relevant, and is more engaging than traditionally the learning experience at both our high schools had been. We believe that by increasing the graduation requirements, that will be one factor that will certainly improve our ACT performance and ultimately make our students more career and college ready. Another important caveat with Project Redesign is making sure that we maintain a comprehensive high school. Janesville for many years has had a comprehensive high school. Again, part of that $72 million was to ensure that we had a rich program for students to be involved in and choose. So Project Redesign is maintaining the comprehensiveness of the experience of the high school. So tonight we're going to have the first reading of it, and I'll try and briefly take you through some of the details that are involved with that. I've already mentioned that it begins by increasing our graduation requirements starting next year. And currently, you can see this is kind of how it will ramp through the system. In 2018, we'll end up at 26.5. 2017, 25.5 will be required for graduation. 2016, 24.5. And 2015, 23.5, and then 2014, when it will start, we'll begin to wrap up the requirements for graduation. So this is a gradual, it's a phase-in plan. It's not something that all happens at once. Let's look at specifically what that will look like in the courses that we teach. English, for example, will have 4 credits of English. Math will have 3 credits of English. One of the things that we're doing differently within math, and it's very important to get stronger ACT performance, is the level of math courses that you take. So next year in 8th grade, the base math course for 8th graders will be Algebra 1. So when students start their freshman year, they'll start in a more advanced sequence of math, and then they'll have 3 credits of that. 3 credits of social studies. A new requirement is science. Currently, we only have 2 credits. We, in the new plan, will require 3. This is also a requirement by the state. Also new to the curriculum will be several new courses. And one of them is personal finance. And one of the things that we hear often from the public and from other stakeholders is that our students who graduate aren't quite as well equipped to manage money, to understand finances, and to know how to manage that whole part of adult learning. So personal finance will be in a new course that will be offered to try and make sure students are ready for the world of finance in the future. Also then, a new transition course will be freshman seminar. Ninth graders are different than 10th graders, that are different than 11th grade, and there's different than 12th graders. And sometimes in the old way we think they're all the same. Those of us that have worked in high school before notice that ninth graders sometimes aren't perhaps as mature. They're not quite as keyed into what they need to be. They don't do as well in their freshman year. So the freshman seminar will get them to get really focused on what they need to do, what are the appropriate study habits, what are the kinds of things you need to be so that you're successful, and so that ninth grade is a positive experience, and sometimes it's not. And also we're going to add an additional core class in the English, Math, Science, and Social Studies sequence. Again, then, this is a chart that looks at how those graduation requirements will be phased in from 2014, 15, 16, 17, and 18, and then that's the distribution of the courses. And then you'll see the freshman seminar is here and the personal finance course. And then the additional ACT course. That's an elective course, but it would come from the core discipline areas. And then you can see the required credits, the elective credits, and then the credits will be required for graduation. Again, this is a slide that shows where we currently are at today, and it's 22.5. And I would certainly add that our graduation requirements are typically lower than our neighboring school districts. The new system then, as we're proposing, and we'll ask for your approval at the second meeting, is to make increases of the minimum would go to 14.5. We're going to have 3 credits of math. We're going to have 3 credits of science. And again, ramping up to 26.5 credits. Again, we wanted to show you the current distribution of requirements, and you can see that Janesville is not number 1 here in terms of expectation for requirements. I would also assume that these school districts in the coming years will also be increasing their graduation requirements. Now, the other quartet tonight, and they'll be at our next meeting for sure, they also want to talk about as we increase graduation requirements, we need to have a different schedule. The old 7-period schedule just isn't going to work with expecting 26.5 credits. So we're proposing an 8-period day, and the staff have been working on that. And both Dr. Bion and Mr. Lau, I assure you, will be here, and they can really talk with you about the ins and outs of how that plan would work. Again, that 8-period day will ensure that we have the comprehensiveness of our program. Otherwise, if you tried to do all of this with 7-period days, you'd eliminate a lot of choices for kids, which is what we do not want to do. We want to maintain the quality, comprehensive program that we have. So those are a quick preview of the first reading for our new graduation requirements. I'd be happy to try and answer some questions. I have Lisa Brovik here, and she's been intimately working with all these too, so between the two of us, we'll try and help you out here. And or other questions that we'll get the full quartet back and we'll be help you out with by the next meeting too.
Okay, Commissioner Murray.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. One about ACT scores. When we measure that, and then we compare ourselves to the state, and then that's kind of how we gauge when we measure against the state, where we fit. So my question is, when we do that measurement against the state average, does that include the Milwaukee School District?
Yeah, the Milwaukee School District is part of the state composite.
So then I wonder, how does that affect the overall, where we think we see ourselves? I mean, should Milwaukee, in your opinion, be included as we measure ourselves with ACT ACT scores? You know, should we take Milwaukee out?
Well, they're part of the public school system. They're included in all the other state measures. The other thing, though, Wisconsin's ACT performance nationally, and Lisa maybe works with this a little more closely than I do, though. Our state scores are still, when you compare with other states, they're pretty strong. Wisconsin's ACT scores are strong compared with other states.
Okay. That's just been on the back of my mind when we do all our when we get our report cards, all our testing, and when we try to see where we fit when we're looking at the state as whole. I need to be more cognizant of if Milwaukee is included in that, because in my mind, what I read and what I hear, Milwaukee is a failing school district, and should they or not be included when we're trying to get a better picture of how we function? That's just something I wanted to ask. And then further, another question is, how does this, I read the SAC proposal, the original one, and there's a piece in there that, yes, the Rock River Charter School would be impacted by this. So my question is, do these standards across the board include Rock River Charter School as well, or or charter schools like them don't have to go by these?
Rock River would be included in these particular graduation requirements. Like Tagus, there would be different, but Rock River would be, because with Rock River you get a diploma, I believe, from Parker or Craig High School, so the same requirements would apply. Now, what they do at Rock River is they go about instruction a little bit differently, and there's a lot of recovery of credits, but yes, they would have the same requirements.
Thank you.
Dr. Schulte.
I wanted to make a comment on ACT scores as well. Commissioner Murray, it's a point well taken. I also like to compare with other school districts. And if you step into my office, you'll see I have all the ACT scores compared with our county and where we rank. And I just happen to have it posted on my wall. We aren't doing so well. I don't think, in my estimation, that's an area where we really need to see improvement. And I think some of these things that we're implementing will help us raise that achievement score as well.
Commissioner Myers.
Question, do fine arts classes or music classes, how do they factor into, are they not required for graduation in Wisconsin, or are they in something else in here?
They're currently not required, that's true, at the high school level.
So am I to assume, though, that most of our kids, do they graduate, or a lot of our kids, especially the higher achievers, graduate with more than the 22?
Currently, yes.
0.5 right now?
Yes.
Because they take a lot of
Yes.
the extra classes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Soderman.
Dr. Earhart, first of all, personal finance will be required, correct?
Correct.
Okay, not just an elective. When you did a comparison to this chart here, I'm assuming whether you have a 7 or 8 period day determines this greatly. So I'm guessing that Evansville has an 8 period day versus our 7. So an 8 period day means you can have 8 credits a year versus 7,
yes.
correct?
I don't know if they do or not, but that what you said is true, yes.
Okay, so if we're going to an 8 period day, will the day itself be longer than it is right now?
I really want to save that discussion for the next meeting when I have the two experts here. What I do know is it would be a little longer, but not extensively longer. But yes, it's a little longer from what I remember
That
from the
question plus
proposal.
like advisory questions should wait till the next group comes in?
They really, and they've got a really nice presentation. I don't want to steal their thunder. And they've worked on it very, very extensively, so I'll tell them that you'll be looking for it.
Okay. And of course, I cannot let it go by ever, so I'll just ask it again. You can ask it yourself if you want, but when it comes to the Phi-Ed credits, when do I have a chance to at least get my hearing heard about allowing people to use athletics as a half a credit towards their Phi-Ed? When does that get discussed? When does that start? Does that mean it's got to be approved by somebody, I'm assuming. Does the board have a chance at that yet or not?
It would have to be approved by the board. Our current, we have asked our current physical education department, and they have no problem with that particular piece, that amendment to it. So
to have that at least decided one way or the other, if this all starts next fall, right? This is the new redesign. Would you recommend wanting to know that soon? So we should have that on the agenda perhaps to discuss those ideas? Yeah, I probably would.
Yeah.
Now that you mention it.
Yeah, the physical education department does not have a problem with
Okay.
that particular
All right, yes.
plan.
Kristen's volunteering to take that on her committee because she's always willing to do that. Thank you.
Once again, next time around, the high school principals will be here, and they will really spend a lot more time looking at what that 8-period day is, because you have to have that to really make this fly too. But I believe it will move us forward with our student achievement, and again, those goals of rigor, relevance, and engagement would be achieved partially through this move.
Commissioner. Just quick follow.
Chairman's got away.
Do we, kind of to Commissioner Murray's question about other things, does the board approve this as far as eventually going to 8 periods? I mean, obviously, people ask me, when was this approved? Bill, I says, well, I don't think we ever actually voted on it, but it's happening. So at what point does the board approve something versus you guys just doing it? I'm not against it, obviously, but I still want to know where the authority starts and stops.
The distinction is the board approves the graduation requirements, and when that happens, that has to go to DPI. The schedule is not typically something that boards approve, but they approve the graduation requirements. You have to do that.
Well, obviously, if you go 26.5 as our new requirement, you can't do that a 7-period day very easily. I mean, most people can, but some who take a study hall would be short. So, okay.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Commissioner Dummerhausen.
Yeah, I may not be the right time. It may have been next period time we do. But as you know, I've been a kind of a champion at looking at towards the tri-semester period that schools across the country are doing, which means not necessarily, let's say we're using 7 periods now, and you're increasing it to 8. We're fitting in the same time schedule, so there's less time per class. And as we all know, time per class, the coming and going from class loses attention of the student. So I looked at the tri-semester that's being used heavily across the country, in which you have less hours per day, but over 3 semesters in the same time frame. So in this case, before we were using 2 times 7 to achieve 14, 3 times 5 would do 15. Now you're going to 2 times 8, which is 16. So if you included 3 times, say, 6, you get more class time for these periods, which allows the teacher more time to work with the child. And of course, I realize programming things. But the idea is, did we look in project redesign on this? Because I've heard nothing about it, but I've championed it for 4 years.
No, that was one of the hot topics when we first started. When we looked, there was a whole scheduling committee that looked at all the different options, and they even went and visited a high school program that used trimesters. And so when they all got back together again, the consensus was to go with the 8-period day, and there's some modifications within that will get at some of your issues. But no, we got a book study on it, we did a visit, we were very excited about the potential of it, but in the end, when we looked at the total package, what we wanted to do, it was decided to go with the 8-period day. But yes, we did look at it.
Thank you.
Commissioner DeStefano.
Dr. Earhart, is there any downside with increasing the credits to 26.5? I mean, if our graduation rates decline, do we lose funding? Is there any, I mean, or do you not expect graduation rates to decline because of this? I mean, I'm just trying to think a little bit on the outside. And
Failure's not an option in my book. So
I agree, but
that's really again the whole plan that we just heard about the equity and excellence. We just need to ramp up expectation, and we need to ramp up the quality of our curriculum. So that failure is really not an option. So no, we don't see that as a negative of this particular plan.
Okay, thank you.
Next item, excuse me, discussion and consider approval of the Board of Education goals for 2013-14. I guess I would say rather than consider approval is needed. A couple things from an introduction standpoint as we discuss goals and as we look at what do goals really mean for us. The goals that we set, they are really a measuring stick to how well we're doing as a district. And so I look at it as I stated earlier, as we move toward looking to be the best, meaning we're providing the best education for our students so they are college and career ready. It was stated earlier, we have some of the state-of-the-art high schools and the various things that we're implementing as we look at, and we'll discuss and hear more about the budget. And I think of course, as a former finance chair of buildings and grounds, when we look at our buildings and those things, all of that rolls into us looking to be the best school district in providing for our students. So as we look at this, as I look at setting the goals, it is what measures do we want to use that really track to say, are we really in pursuit of being the best? So with that, Dr. Shelty.
Thank you so much, Board President Audrey. If you'll take a look at the 13-14 goals that are in your packet, I believe last time under the pillars of service, people, and finance that we settled on the 3 goals that are written before you and that everyone was okay with those. Give you a minute to refresh your memory. Then we'll go to the last goal, health and safety. Board President Audrey and Dr. Cargile were going to meet, which they did, and talk about how those goals should be measured. We'll continue the decreasing the total number of employee accidents, but we did add students this time, student accidents. There were many other ways of measurement that we talked about, and the recommendation from the 2 of them was to utilize our action steps to start looking at some of those other measures and our dashboard. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And I guess I'll say, since I was the sort of the tail twister on this particular goal, and I recognize what we have as a goal is as that measuring stick. But one of the things that I want to make sure we're doing is sort of the dashboard approach. So from that standpoint, we can see us track along the dashboard as to what leads to our final number. So as we look at really where are employee and student accidents happening by school, then we can start to look at and then take action steps to address some of those issues. Not at the end of the year and say we had a horrible year for slips, trips, and falls. We can say specifically at this particular school, at this particular situation, what are we going to do to address that? So that's really where I wanted things to move more in a direction as we look at safety overall. So from a board goal standpoint, I was satisfied with the incident rate, but really the dashboard, as we look at that, that would be more of what I guess we'll pay more attention to from my standpoint. So.
Thank you. Then if we would move to the quality goal, I think there was some discussion about this goal. I left it the same, that we would move from 74.8, which is where we're at this year, to a score of 83, given the fact that in the year 14-15 we would change the test. It would no longer be the WKCE, but would go to the Smarter Balance. We really have no idea what that's going to look like. So I think that is a pretty lofty goal to be able to raise our scores to that amount. I'm confident that we can do that, and so that is are the scores that I suggest.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do we know what our scores were 4 years ago?
We certainly can pull them.
I'm just curious. Thank you.
Yeah, they would be on wins. You can probably look it up as they're sitting there. Remember, the scoring mechanism changed, though, so, you know, there's the translation piece.
Commissioner Soderman.
Obviously, to have a 5-year goal, we now have a list to break apart of each year. So to me, it's supposed to be a 1-year goal as part of the 5-year goal.
Right, yes.
But you're saying we can't even measure, so that 76 figure, is there as a place, we don't know what the measurement tool is going to be, so we don't really know how to determine if we met the goal or not for 14-15?
What? I'm not sure I'm understanding your
You
question.
said you're changing the measuring.
The test is changing. So we're very knowledgeable about the WKC and what kids need to know. The new tests we're not knowledgeable about.
So our 74,
So
our
I'm
goal
sa-
for 13-14 is 74.8.
That's what we received. That is what we received for 13-14. What I'm suggesting is that we raise it to 76 for next year, and that's our overall accountability score.
Isn't next year 13-14 the goals was talking about now?
For this year's testing, yes.
Am I a year off here? Isn't 12-13 the goals we just got the numbers on?
Yes.
The result that we will get will be based on this year's test.
This year's testing. Am I not understanding your question?
So our 13-14 goal, which is now,
Yes.
is to have a test score of 74.8 en route to our eventually getting to 83 in 5 years from now.
74.8 is what we just had
What
last
we just
year.
received, but
That
it's
was
based
from
on the results from
12-13.
last year.
So in
Well,
essence,
help me. Because we're not
so part of
Last year, last year was 74.8. Last year was 12-13, was it not?
well, but the actual
But we get
test
it
score
in
The
results.
results almost a year later. That's the problem with the assessment.
It's a year in advance.
Okay.
So we don't actually know the score. Like, we won't know this year's score till, well, the end of the year, probably, typically.
Okay. All right, but we are able,
Wins. Go under wins.
there is that, whatever
Achievement.
you're doing, that number is a real measurable number because that test hasn't changed? Because if we're changing,
For this year. When we take the test this year, you're correct. That test has not changed.
okay.
Next year it changes.
So when we determine if we met our goals or not, we meet again next year. What number do we want to see if we made it for the first year to stay on track? We want to see a 70, 76?
That's what I'm saying, is
Okay.
76.
Thank
And
you.
that's the overall report card score. Did I help or not?
No, I'm still waiting.
Okay. Shall I go on?
I have a question about
Okay.
the safety.
But Commissioner Hesselbacher.
Okay, I did the math for the health and safety one. The student rate, if we decrease the student rate by 1%, then the target is 3.56. If the target is 2.65 incidents per 100 students, that's actually a reduction of 26%.
Yes, I saw that
So,
too.
I think we need to.
Okay, I don't know. I didn't, Dr.
And that's a
Krakowski, your
huge
response?
decrease, just so we know. Reducing an incident rate for a population of 10,000 people by 26% would be lofty. I'm looking at the math for the student accident rate, and it says decrease the total number of student accidents by a rate of 1%. If the target is 2.65, then that's actually a decrease of 26% from the current rate. If we want to reduce the rate by 1%, then the target should be 3.56. So, and, if you want to do a 5% rate, I guess I can calculate that.
No, we don't want to do that because it's our first year to decrease.
Right.
So we have no idea the impact, so I would only
Right.
want to start with 1%.
Okay, so I think if we want to decrease the incident rate for students by 1%, then the target should be 3.56. Do you have the same?
Well, her math is right. I think it's worded funny, but I'm not going to accept a 1% goal only. You got to be kidding me. I mean, I understand 27% could be a bit stretching it, but a 1% reduction? Call
Never
that a
done
goal
this
being,
before.
huh?
We've never done this before.
you can get 1% just by accident. I mean, I'm thinking,
Well,
well, I'm sorry, pardon the pun.
Can I respond?
I think you meant to say 1% in the reducing by 1 point per 100, but the way it's written here, Kristen's right, the mathematical formula is actually 26% of reduction in your calculation. So I think 1%, if you actually meant 1% reduction, to me that's not even worth putting down as a goal. That's a big deal.
Commissioner Hasselbacher?
I think that for students, the definition of the incident rate, the definition of accidents is broader than it is for workmen, for the employee rate, I think. You know what I mean? That we're including a wider range of incidents. Something that needs to be, like what needs to be reported for students is a wider range than what needs to be reported. You know, I don't think employees need to report if they stick a Band-Aid on, but you know what I mean?
Yes, there are several types of injuries for students on the incident report form.
Okay. And we're talking about 10,000 students versus 1,400 employees. So actually moving that rate even by 1% to the 3.56, that's actually fairly significant. I think we'll exceed it if we, depending on what we put into place.
Exceed it, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's 17 types of or natures of of student injuries on the incident report. And then you also have to include the part of the body as well. So
Shall I go on? Okay. And then finally, we have our growth category. And I left it as is, as you can see, an increased revenue through the net gain of a total enrollment of 0.25%, and then also the net open enrollment gain by a minimum of 30. However, we know that it is October 8th, and so we actually, at this point, have those numbers. And it would make more sense, I think, for the board to set 14-15 numbers, because now we would start working on the enrollment for next year, because that's another thing that's a year out, so we would do the work now. So I can keep these goals, but I've already exceeded them. Love to have the extra points, but it's probably not fair and doesn't truly direct our work. So I would be interested in doing 14-15 goals. I think it makes more sense.
What were the third Friday numbers?
An increase of 45, a total increase of 45. So, and I'm open, I can give a suggestion if the board would like as to where we should increase our net gain of total enrollment. And again, of course, it's where the board wants to focus their time and our time, but I would be comfortable with increasing, I don't know, whatever the percentage is, but by bringing in 100 more students. And then our increase the net open enrollment gain by, I would say, 50 students. And we know that we have a drain on our open enrollment this year because of elementary virtual schools, and we don't have one. And so we did have a considerable number going out, though we had kids coming in too, but that is something, if we want that open enrollment number high, we will have to take a serious look at elementary virtual, I think, because we have kids going over, and I think it's Merrill School District.
Commissioner Soderman.
Karen, are you saying that number you gave us as compared to last year, or an additional 100 from what we just got now?
I'm talking about setting the goal for our 14-15 school year that we would bring in 100 more school years, third Friday count of next school year.
What we have versus we just did last week.
Yes.
So in addition to what you just did at 47, another 100 on top of that then for next year.
Right, a net gain once we look at who goes in, who comes out.
So at the 14-15 numbers, as compared to 13-14 numbers, 100 more students in total enrollment.
Sure. But again, the board needs to think about, you know, where do you want us to spend our time, and how are we going to look at that, and what are we going to do? Well, you already know that we have a position created to look at our schools, our charter schools. Lisa Peterson, part of her position is to grow those charters, and we have 2 in particular that have potential. You know, and you approved of international work to bring students in. So if that's what you want us to continue to do, then it would make sense. Why wouldn't we? If not, then a lower goal will make my job a lot easier.
Well, again, I'm just referring to the number, but also again the whole open versus total enrollment
Right,
that
I
I've been
understand.
discussing for years. So.
Understand.
Commissioner Delmerhausen.
Thank you, President Ardrey. I guess I get to this point of actual numbers because there are so many things you can't control that can occur for a variety of reasons, and that. And I won't get into many of the details, but we do know that. And my feeling is numbers going towards students is kind of a grab with things happening. I really sit down and say, if we do the other pillars right, we should have a net increase and maybe even large. But to concentrate on just numbers kind of bothers me, because if everything else goes right, you'll have those increases. And my concentration would look at some of the other areas that are so important through the different things. Everything seems to be dependent upon others, but it just does bother me to sit there and grab at numbers, because I'm not sure that's, of course we want to increase, but I'm not sure if that's the way to achieve them by fixing a number there. Sure.
I do know that we put concerted effort on this goal this past year. We purposely did marketing, strategic planning to bring in students. Now, I couldn't tell you for sure it was going to work, but look, folks, it worked. We brought in 45 more kids. We were trending down. We were decreasing students, and now slowly for the last 3 years. I would like to think it wasn't just by happenstance and doing everything else right, though we are doing other things very well, but also that the planning that we put behind this is paying off as well.
Commissioner Soderman.
We're trying to pass this tonight, correct? So this is okay. Well then, I'll go back to Quint. What gets measured gets done. So if we don't measure it, we're not going to do it. So I would oppose that. I'll make a motion that the growth goal changes. That's net gain of total enrollment by 0.5% in a 14-15 year, which would be to increase approximately 50 students. And I keep the other one the same, just change a year from 13-14 to 14-15. Would be my suggestion for proceeding. That's my motion on the growth goal. And the second comes from...
A second.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion for the growth goal by Commissioner Soderman, second by Commissioner Murray. Open for discussion. Commissioner Feld.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Schulte, this is the motion that's being presented is 50 students less than what you just proposed, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. As you know, I said 2 weeks ago that, and I know at times when I say this stuff it scares administration, but I like the idea of 100 students. That's less than 1%. And and I guess I'm going to hit a hodgepodge of things. Commissioner Delmerhausen, I understand your concern. To me, the concern happens is if we start to see the test scores go down, because then we are focusing too hard on the marketing, and I would bet that the superintendent and everyone else that's part of administration would say, oh, we need to stop focusing on selling our product and now focus on our product. So I'm still fine with it because the quality continues to improve. When it starts not to, I think we as a board as well as the administration will focus on that. Bill, don't get me wrong, I think we're being too easy on the administration. Like I said, what has been interesting is every time we've given her a goal, even if it's at times a little bit scary, she has pretty much achieved it. So I'd rather go to 100. I don't want to do an amendment of amendment. I guess I would just prefer that you would change your amendment to 100 instead of to 50. Thank you.
Just as and we didn't actually say how we're going to go through, but the only motion was in this growth goal area, so we didn't actually have a motion for all of the goals. So.
Right. But I'm talking specifically about the growth goal. I think it should be 100.
The other?
I'll respond.
Mr. Soderman?
Again, my whole argument has been about our net effect of total enrollment. So because I'm caving on this, in fact, we didn't get 46, we didn't get 50 this year. So this year, it was a great, 47 was a great accomplishment, right? But it would have failed the goal. And so.
Wait. It would have failed the 5.
Wait, let him finish.
It would have, if we would have had a 0.5% goal from 12-13 to 13-14, we would have failed by 3 students. Right, I'm saying if we would have. So I still maintain that the efforts that we put forward, will they affect total enrollment? Yes. But that cause and effect is not as direct as open enrollment. There are so many things beyond control for total enrollment that no matter what we do, we cannot control. Open enrollment is directly because people vote with their feet. They have a choice of going elsewhere, but they came here. They could have stayed here, but they went to another school because they didn't like something, what have you. So that is why I would always prefer open enrollment only, but because I'm not going to win that battle, I think that number should be more reasonable. Go ahead, Scott. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Felt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Commissioner
Bill
Soderman. Commissioner Bill. I understand what you're saying in that respect, but let's go back to the whole, because I'd written down on my sheet that I'd put the number 50 on mine. So I would said about 50, and we only got 47, which would mean from the LEM goal that she wouldn't get a 5. Doesn't mean that she wouldn't get a 4 or a 3, because if I understand what these LEM goals are, if we're doing the 1 through 5, are we saying that the 100 is the 3? I don't think that's not how I've seen them at the past. The 100 is the 5. So you're right, she wouldn't have got the 5. And don't get me wrong, that's okay with me, in that I don't want the 5 to be easy. I want the 5 to mean that she pushed and went beyond. And when I say she, I mean her, Dr. Schulte and her administration, because it is a team effort. So just because because the administration, I apologize, because the administration didn't reach the goal of 50 does not mean that the administration failed. They got a 4 instead of a 5. I'm okay with that. Or let's say it was only 25. They got a 3 instead of a 5. I'm still okay with that. The last thing I want to do is have us set goals because they'll be easy to achieve. That's not why I'm here as a school board member. The reason why I'm here, probably much to the chagrin of Dr. Schulte and the administration, is to really, really challenge them, which at times is probably very frustrating to them. But what I think is amazing is that 9 times out of 10, they're able to achieve it. So I'm fine with the 100. And is some of it out of their control? Yes, but I like to see what kind of miracle worker these folks are. Thanks.
Yes, I'll chime in here. From a goal standpoint, I'm in line with Scott here on this one. The 100, it won't be easy to do. But I guess I look at it, is that an indication to me? Are we in pursuit of being the best district we can be? There are other things that we need to do. I mean, we've had a partner with the Studer Group to get us to where we're at now. The next step really is to say, okay, we've done that much. Now let's dive in another look and let's assess where we're at this point. because to hit these numbers that we're talking, it is significantly exceeding anything that we've been at from where we're trending. It is a step function higher, not just a linear continue to progress. It is a step function. I mean, you're in a different plane to be able to move collectively. And so from a board perspective, these are our goals and we have to own them. So, and if we don't think that we can achieve 100, and I say we, because they're our goals, we would promote the district, the items that we do. If we don't think we can really do that, then we can look at it in that manner. But then as we continue to look at the policy and really the things we put in place and how they affect employees, students, and parents, I mean, the thinking satisfaction piece, that is still on us. The administration, they do the real work, but a lot of it goes to how much do we promote and connect with our own goals. I mean, that's kind of how I look at it. Now, does that mean as I sit here as the president until April, then there is more promotion that really takes place with that. And so I look at it as we talk student achievement and bettering, moving ahead, what do we need to do that? And I'm going, because I think as a parent, I look at this, continuing with just gradual improvement is not going to hit these numbers. So when I'm embracing this, saying 100 is a lot, it's a whole lot. Is it achievable? I believe it is. So I guess that is, and I didn't even talk with the numbers with Dr. Schulte. It was her suggestion. I go, oh, that's more than I probably would have thought. But I'm going, all right, I think we can do that. So I guess that's the one thing as we look at this particular goal. But then as we look at all the goals, what are they representative of? If we stretch and hit those, I would say we're definitely on the path to being the best district in the state, in the country, and ultimately the world. So that's my perspective on that. Comments? Commissioner Felt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just procedural. So would it be better to vote specifically on the 50 and then do a different and then it would go back to the original number? Is that how this would go? Or
well, technically right now we only have the motion for the 50 and 30 roughly. 50 total enrollment, 30 open enrollment roughly. So then we would have to either do an amendment to change those numbers or vote it down and make another motion.
Okay, well then I'll just, to make it clean and neat, I'll just vote against this one and then make a motion for 100 if this one were to fail. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Commissioner
Just a point of clarification, these are the board goals.
Correct.
Not superintendent, although they probably will dovetail from here. We're technically voting on our goals, not superintendents per se, although obviously they will have some effect or great effect.
Correct. These goals would go into, well, as we know, the leadership evaluation model, the LIM goals, and then it would cascade down through from there. Administrators, I should say directors, and then principals, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, this is the starting point. Well, I think I'd rather procedurally have this clean and we can get this done. So I'm going to make the amendment that we would, and I don't know the percentages, so we can backtrack to come up with those, to have a total increased revenue through the net gain of total enrollment of approximately 100 students, and also increase the, excuse me, through open enrollment. I should say or. I mean, and/or. We will separate it, and it really is an and have, but I'm not, as I'm saying this, I'm not saying 100 in total and 50, and I mean, that's like 150. So the 50 are a part of the 100 from open enrollment. So that would be my amendment.
Second.
Okay. Amendment by Commissioner Ardrey and second by Commissioner Dummerhausen. Any discussion, any further discussion on this? Mr. Dummerhausen.
You know, I would like to say something. I had a different thought. But people that say that all of us that come to the table with preconceived votes, that isn't true. Because we have positions, but as you listen to your fellow commissioners, in this case, to the administration, I actually was swayed into a different direction. So I want people at home to know that we can change our mind and we can adjust on the fly, because sometimes that's what's required. Thank you.
Any other? Okay, so seeing no further comments, the amendment to the motion would be to increase the revenue through net gain and total enrollment of approximately 100 students, and increase the net gain of open enrollment of approximately 50 students. The board should vote. And that passes 6-2. Voting yes, Commissioner DeStefano, Myers, Dummerhausen, Ardrey, Hesselbacher, and Felt. Voting no, Commissioner Sodeman and Murray. So now the motion would be the amendment. And I'll paraphrase right quick and say an increase of 100 total students in enrollment and an increase in a total of 50 open enroll students.
14-15 school years.
For 14-15 school years, correct. Any further discussion? Commissioner Dummerhausen?
Just a kind of a point of order here. We've already voted for one end. What does it mean if we vote yes and no? It takes the whole thing down. A no does. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, the board should vote. And that passes 8-0. Voting in favor, Commissioner DeStefano, Myers, Dummerhausen, Ardrey, Hesselbacher, Sodeman, Murray, and Felt. Okay, the growth goal is done. The Felt.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you could indulge me, for each of the pillars, I see that we've approved the growth one. Which ones have we approved? Which ones have we not approved?
We've only approved the growth goal.
Okay. I have to make sure I look at the thing here. Do you want each of the pillars approved separately, or would the board be open to the remaining pillars done as a group?
Group them. Can do it as a group.
Okay, then I will so move that the service pillar, that the target of 4.56 parent satisfaction and 4.5 support card be entered in for the service goal. For the quality goal, I'll acquiesce and do the 14-15 at 76, 15-16 at 78, 16-17 at 80, and 17-18 at 83. That the people pillar, the target be 4.15. That finance, the target be balanced budget with a projected savings beyond zero. And that the health, I'll let someone else do the health and safety because I forget what the numbers should be. If someone could feed that to me, I will put that into my motion.
Sure, yeah, you can.
I did the math, and a 1% reduction in the rate for student accidents would mean a target of 3.56. A 3% reduction would be 3.49, and a 5% reduction in that rate would be a 3.42.
I will do this, Mr. President. I will leave my motion as it is and leave the health and safety one alone.
Thank you.
Is there a
Seconded.
Okay.
So as printed, basically, is what
Correct.
Scott's saying
Correct.
for the first four goals.
Yes. We have
Thank you. You're
a motion
cool, too.
and a second for the service quality, people, and finance goal, the target as printed in our board packet.
Yeah, Bill seconded.
I did.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the board should vote. And that passes 8-0 with Commissioners DeStefano, Myers, Dommerhausen, Ardrey, Hasselbacher, Soderman, Murray, and Felt all voting in favor.
Could you say that again, Commissioner?
All right, I'm just looking at the health and safety student one. I think we need to change the wording of them actually slightly. I would say that the second one should read, decrease the student accident rate by X%. If we reduce it by 1%, the target would be 3.56. If we were to reduce it by 3%, it would be 3.49, and a reduction of 5% would be 3.42.
Mr. President, I have a hard time saying we should reduce accidents more for employees and our kids. So let's at least go 5%. So make a motion that the health and safety for the employee accidents stays the same as printed. For the student accident rate, it decreases the rate of 5%. And as Kristen has accurately said, it goes from 3.6 to 3.42. Our calculators are lining up on that. So it's a 5% for both reduction rate.
Okay, we have an amendment. An amendment?
Nope.
Motion.
Motion.
Motion. I was just trying to.
You're good.
Okay.
You're just seen
We
for a
have
week.
a motion by Commissioner Soderman, a second by Commissioner Dommerhausen to have a decreasing the employee rate by 5% and decreasing the student accident rate by 5%. Dr. Schulte.
Well, as you can probably guess, Commissioner Soderman, I'm up for the challenge. Our team likes a challenge, and we'd be happy to meet it. But I can't say I really know what that looks like. With 10,000 kids, how many accidents are we actually reducing?
I think, let's just say 10,000. I know it's a little more than that. I think that we're talking about the difference between 360 and 342, so 18 fewer reported accidents.
18 fewer than what we have this year, or
Right.
this past year.
Roughly. It's probably actually a little more, but yeah.
And that's at the 5% rate?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well.
Yeah, you're right.
You see that? You should went to 10.
No, it's too late.
Versus 1.
I'd like to make an amendment.
And I just wanted to clarify that I think both of those goals should read slightly differently. Decrease the employee accident rate by 5% from 10.32 per 100 employees in 2012 to 9.8 per 100 employees in 2013. And then likewise, the second one should read, decrease the student accident rate by 5% from 3.60 per 100 to 3.42 per 100. Right. Just a
That is
slight.
correct. Commissioner Soderman.
I'm telling you to air.
Well, it's just funny that we will give 100 more students, but if they're safe or not, we don't. So is this true that our employees are 3 times more prone to accidents than our clumsy middle schoolers? Is that, why would that be?
Then pre-K through 12.
Okay, but our students are safer at school in less accidents than our employees? 3 times more safer?
Our students are much more resilient, where our adults are a little more fragile.
I think probably the key to this, as we looked at even the employee incident rate, it's called incident rate. It didn't, I mean, we're not necessarily saying OSHA recordable rate, because if we said OSHA recordable rate, I cannot believe that we are at 10.32. So OSHA recordable rate would be anytime we have to go seek medical treatment, something other than first aid. So part of, as I talked about the dashboard, we would have the ocean recordables, then we would have the first aid items, and then something that we really don't talk much about, but the vehicular accidents, which hopefully we don't have any, but those are the measures that we would be looking at. So I'm figuring that the first aid and the recordable are all lumped together, and it's called the incident rate. I would sure hope the school district isn't 3 times more severe than Alliant Energy. So
don't forget lost hours.
So that's so part of, we really haven't looked at that. We really got to pull that apart and make sure that the number really is what it is, and then we can talk about this more. So for now, I would expect that we would be amending this particular goal once we look at this a little bit more, because as I said, OSHA recordable and incident rate says 2 different things to me. So okay.
Well, because it's the first year, I won't jump it to 10% just because I should. I'll at least get a chance to get the numbers figured out, but otherwise, I'm not happy with 5%. My motion, I'll vote against. Who knows? Whatever. So,
no, I would agree. I'm not happy with that either, but it is the first year, so.
It's a starting point.
We're getting going. We're getting going here. Okay. Any other discussion on this safety goal? So, Commissioner Hasselbacher, could you help me with the exact motion so everyone's clear what we're voting on?
Yes, the motion is to, under the pillar of health and safety, the 2 goals will read: decrease the employee accident rate by 5% from 10.32 per 100 employees in 2012-13 to 9.80 per 100 employees in 2013-14, with clear action steps to promote change. And the student one is to decrease the student accident rate by 5% from 3.60 per 100 students in 2012-13 to 3.42 per 100 students in 2013-14. Did I say that right?
Commissioner Soderman?
the extra language in there on the employee rate to say with clear actions. Now, we're all in this numerical, has to be measurable things. How are we going to measure that if we took clear actions or not? And if we are or aren't, then why wouldn't we have the same thing for a student? So if it makes sense, then we don't think it does. Why would we have it for? You can't measure that. We have clear actions. Scott says yes. I say no. Kristen says yes. Kristen says no. How do you know what the actions were? So I think the numbers should drive actions. I'm not sure how you measure if the actions were taken or not. So how would you know if you met the goal? But that's just me.
Who cares if they're clear actions as long as the numbers were met?
Right.
Somewhat, yeah. So.
Well, it was your motion.
I didn't. I was just doing the summarization of it, so I don't.
So I think we could remove the with clear action steps.
Mm-hmm. Without
from
objection.
That,
Thank you.
Without any objection, and then we would vote on more so that.
Thank you.
The wording minus
yes,
that.
She did a great job, by the way, Kristen, of making that change.
Okay. Okay, with no other discussion, the board should vote. And that passes 8-0 with Commissioners DeStefano, Myers, Dummerhausen, Ardrey, Hasselbacher, Soderman, Mary, and Felt all voting in favor. Thank you all. Next item. The initial That's good. The initial presentation of the fiscal 2013-14 operating budget draft. Mr. Pennington.
Okay, now we get to the meat of the meeting. Good evening, President Ardrey, Commissioners, Dr. Schulte, Directors, Cabinet, staff, and our spattering of guests that have still remained. Thank you, Jim and Donna. I told them if they were going to leave, I would take it personally. So I'm glad they stayed. Tonight, I will present the second to last, or the penultimate, presentation of our 2013-2014 budget preparation information. What we will want to achieve tonight is the presentation of the initial operating balanced budget draft, and the budget draft is the key phrase to focus on. This is what we're talking about all night. Not the budget draft. So that the board may be able to approve this initial draft. It will go into the paper next week because we are required to have it in the Gazette 15 days before the public hearing. The budget draft will be presented as a part of the public hearing, which is an early portion of the October 29th, 2013 meeting, but changes to the budget draft may be made after the public hearing. So this is what we're doing. We're getting the information out. We do need your approval tonight to move the budget draft to the public hearing. You have received a document in the email, the 95-pager. We are not going to go over each page in detail. Before we get into some of the numbers, I want to go over the guidelines again. First, we prepare the draft on a conservative basis, not ridiculously difficult, not ridiculously easy. There is some stretch, there is some work involved to achieve the goals we've put into this place. Disclaimer, there will be changes. As we'll talk in a minute, there's still one major open item, and that is the October 15th certification. We're not expecting material changes, material meaning like $1 million swing here and there, but there will be changes between the budget draft and the final, if for no other reason than just the fact we get our certified numbers in just a week or so. The key open item we just discussed, it's the October 15th certification, which will also be using the third Friday numbers, so there's a little bit of a combination there. If we had a real material change in the final certification, it would be because of other changes in other districts, not because of changes in ours that would make a shift in our funding. And one thing before we get too far, talking about the budget draft packet, which is what you received in the email, I consider it to be an extremely important reference source for year-round use by members of the board, the directors, anybody that wants to use it. Even though the numbers may change, to me the most important part of the budget book, or the budget draft packet as we're calling it now, is the fact that it has all the explanations, it has a glossary of the types of expenses, it has account numbers. You could ignore the numbers, rip all of the financial statements out of there, and it would still be an extremely valuable book just because of the narrative. So even though the numbers will change for the final budget, I would strongly recommend keeping the budget draft packet handy as a source of explanation and a sort of glossary for the financial statements to get a better understanding. Purpose of the operational budget. Why do we even prepare a budget at all? Here's our mission: to serve our community by educating every child. So what we're doing in this budget is we are providing the resources to enable us to continue to improve our student achievement. Now, before we get into the details, again, I need to take a minute and thank two people who worked many hours of overtime in the past 2 months to get this budget where it's at today. We've had delays in insurance plans, we've had delays in presentation of other plans, we've had different things regarding the handbook where things have not been approved on a timely basis that we have been used to. And unfortunately, when you're the accounting department, everything gets pushed back 2 months except the presentation date. So you're scrunched doing 3 months worth of work in 4 weeks. So I would like to thank Karen Kuchars and Jamie Legrid, who worked many weekends to assure that we would have the numbers in place. And they deserve a great deal of thanks and appreciation for their efforts. If you happen to see them, and Karen may attend the next meeting, please thank them, because it was just a monumental effort to get this done in the very limited amount of time that we had. We'll start with our revenues and assumptions, estimates that we used. The estimate we used here was that the district would receive at least as much total tax levy revenue this year as we did in the prior year. The overall tax levy in 2013, an actual number, was $36,077,620. The tax levy in the budget is 136,622, a change of 0.16 of 1%. That was what was used for this. We also put in for the assumption, as always, our grant revenue is only included if it is certain that it's going to be received. And again, what I mean by that is we may have 10 grants outstanding at any given time where we have not received information on whether or not we will get the grant. If we have not received the information, we don't put it in the budget as a hope to. We only put in the knows we are going to get. Important revenue changes since the last presentation, which was, I believe, 2 meetings ago, and I'm just saying there's been no material changes in revenue since that, but again, there may be in the next week. I'm going to go over things at about a 30,000-foot view. Your packet is much more closer to ground level, so I will also refer to some pages in the book that you may want to write down, and if you need to look for the detail, that's where it's at. The total revenue projections this year to last year, 111 million to 110 million, 0.8. Very small. I believe it's a 1.14% of 1% decrease. And you can look at page 8 of the summary for a one-page summary and pages 23 through 35 for the detail. But to see the line items of some of the categories, and these numbers on the bottom total the same number on the slide you just saw before, again, it's a 0.14 of 1% decrease, what I would just call a break even. Our local decrease is due to a large decrease in our operational property tax of 1.1 million. Again, local and state may change slightly based on October 15th, but it's not going to flip-flop tremendously. Our interdistrict transfers was a slight increase from the year before. Our state sources mostly comes from the $700,000 increase in our equalization aid and a $600,000 increase of high poverty aid. Remember, that is the first time we received high poverty aid, the first time it's been available to us. So if you look at the first and third lines, you can see that there is somewhat of a flip-flop of more aid and less property tax capability. Our federal, yes, Commissioner. This is Fund 10 and 27. It is. Combined, yes. The federal's close. Other sources, the decrease from that is because we had a very high, as you recall, IBNR adjustment, which was a positive adjustment this year, in which we slightly changed the calculation. We're not expecting it to be that great next year. So basically, from our revenue standpoint, we look at revenue, we look at expenses. The revenue is just about the same as it was last year. To show the same numbers we just presented in a pie graph form, you can see the chunks, the largest one, of course, being the state, 65.1%. And in the numbers inside the legend, the numbers in the parentheses were what the percentages were last year. So you can see they really didn't change all that much. The biggest change, again, was the flip-flop between state aid and the local property tax cap. Our expense projections, however, for next year show a big decrease, $3.2 million. And you can see some of the detail in the book on pages 10 and 14 and 36 through 82. We slice and dice the expenses pretty heavily in the budget book, and that's why it takes nearly 50 pages to show the details in all of the ways that it has been presented to us to compile. And the net decrease of $3.2 million in expenses makes sense because our revenue balanced with last year, and what we were trying to do and what we did accomplish was present a budget that was balanced this year, which does not use the undesignated unreserved fund balance. So that is why, if our revenues stayed the same, we had to reduce expenses to do that. Here's some of the larger changes, pluses and minuses, related of the expense assumptions, changes, and key factors used. I didn't put this on my slide, but you could refer to, I believe it's page 20. If you want to look at some more detail, let me double check. Yes, page 20 of the book. You may want to write that down to take another look at that later. But here's the expense reductions, the largest ones from the expense side. Number one, our district health insurance costs. Compared to last year, there was a reduction of $5.3 million due to more affordable plans, more choices for the employee, which made a big difference, and higher premiums by the current employees. We were expecting reductions due to the higher premiums and really the reduced costs, but the surprise that stuck out to me was the fact that we now have 4 options instead of 2 options. A lot of people that were family coverage could now be more specific and say spouse and employee or spouse and child, and that cost of that coverage was reduced as well. Interestingly enough, when we were looking at a different group for primarily a different reason, we found out that the group that's simply involved with the retirees that use the pay-as-you-go portion of the OPEB contribution, their contributions, or the cost of the district to pay for their insurance premiums, went from about $2.6 million to about 1.9. And when I first saw that, I said, well, how can that be? So we looked at every single person, and again, the key part was there was no real change. There was a slight change in the number, but that didn't matter. The key was the number of people that went from family to spouse and employee, spouse and child, because those premiums are 36% to 40% lower than what the family premiums were last year. That was really interesting to find out. So if you extrapolate that toward the other groups, then that's part of the reason too. Another big decrease is that the district pays 50% of the WRS contribution for all staff this year, and this amount primarily represents the represented employees, as the non-represented employees were paying their share of the WRS contributions for about the last 2 years. And when we put that in there, we also built in the rate that the WRS overall rate is forecast by the state to increase from 13.3 to 14.0 in January 2014. So the WRS rate used for the budget was a blend of that. It's something like 13.6, 13.7. This happens every year. They've raised it every year since I've been here, I guess I should say. So we did want to factor that into the budget. Those were the largest of the decreases. Some of the items where we had expense increases. We had the board-approved staffing plan increases of $1.4 million. We have built into the budget a contribution to the OPEB plan of $1 million. And like I said, we've already reduced the pay-as-you-go amount by $700,000, and that almost covers 70% of this contribution to the long-term portion. If you recall, a couple months ago, the board approved 8 additional positions. That was included in the budget. When we originally presented our capital improvement plan and our IT plan, we only asked at that time for amounts that agreed to the amounts that were budgeted the prior year, but we also forewarned that we may come back if there was some additional money available, so to speak, with the budget. So in this budget, we added another $500,000 to the capital improvement budget and another $500,000 to the IT capital budget as well. A new plan that was budgeted for, that Dr. Schulte will speak on details later, was an employee reward and recognition program that put in $600,000 in the budget, and this was for all employees, represented and non-represented. And like I said, Dr. Schulte will talk about that more. Restore textbook budget. 2 years ago when we had the drastic cut, that budget was slashed considerably from about $700,000 to $200,000. So after 2 years of nothing, no increase, we thought it was time to put $500,000 back in that area. This is Dr. Earhart's area, and while it may not be exactly for textbooks themselves, as textbooks may have been 4 years ago, it's a budget for us to improve in at least textbook equivalents this year. There's also a few more additional positions that we would like to have restored. Dr. Schulte will talk on that as well. And of course, we also had the fund balance improvement of $3.1 million. That's an amount we're going to not have to take out of fund balance. So part of the savings covers that gap and that goal. Total expenses by group, here it is on the pie chart again. The salaries go up a little bit because of there are increases in salaries. Also, the OPEB counts as part of the salaries, part of the benefits, and the reward and recognition plan goes into that number. The benefits go down for the items we were talking about already, WRS and insurance, purchase services, capital, and other. The flip-flops are primarily because the numbers are about the same, but remember the base dropped from 114 to 110 million, so even though their dollar amounts may be the same, the percentages go up. That is the way the expenses look. If you put the two together, revenues of this number, total expenses of this number, leads to a difference of $110,570. The reason that is there is because we have one program, coincidentally enough it's the JEEP program, where all revenues for the Summer Institute were received prior to July 1st. All expenses occurred after July 1st. So according to accounting rules, and this was primarily dictated to us by DPI, we didn't necessarily go there with a plan, we asked them how to account for it. They said you record the income in the year 12-13, but then you carry it forward and use it for the next year. Now this still enables us to meet the goal of the balanced budget without using reserved, unreserved, and undesignated, because this is not classified, the carryover of the revenue is not classified as undesignated or unreserved. It is designated funding. Other notes. The combined revenue for all the funds is $125.7 million. And you can find that on page 15 of your book. So the question I get asked all the time, what is your total budget? We can say it's $125.7 million. That is 10 and 27. That is food service. That is 38 and 39, which were already passed. Our debt amounts. This includes Fund 73, the $1 million we put into OPEB. It's everything, and you'll see them all listed on page 15. Now, there are still some instances where people discuss things about the district, or maybe we should do things this way or that way, like it's a mom and pop operation, but it's important to note that there are not too many businesses in this area that are as large as the school district of Janesville. We are a major entity in this area. I think that's important to recognize. So in summary, we've displayed the highlights, the high-level highlights of 10 and 27. It's combined. That's our best estimate right now. The final approved budget will change from this budget, but probably not by a lot in terms of totals anyway. We're not going to be receiving more revenue. We're not going to be having more expenses, because this is going to be a balanced budget one way or the other. And what we need from the board is approval to move this budget draft to the public hearing. But first, I believe Dr. Schulte has some insights on this budget that she would like to share with all of us.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. If you go back to the slide that shows some of our different areas. Let me just talk a little bit more in detail about some of these, and I'll refer to my cabinet members also on some of these areas so that you can understand why we thought it important to put money in some of these different areas. One, the contribution to the OPEB plan. We think it's very important that we continue to maintain that contribution that we started this year. But please realize that's a flexible number. We can put $1 on it all the way up to $1 million. So that's something the board may want to consider and think about. The next one, you already approved the 8 positions, of course. The additions to the capital improvement budget, the $500,000 there, we know through the finance committee, we've heard Mr. Leader speak about how we have shelved some things on the capital improvement plan. That has been a huge concern to all of us. We want to maintain our buildings well and do all the upkeep that we possibly can. So we thought we certainly can easily benefit from another $500,000 in that area. You heard the extensive work that Dr. Smiley did on the IT capital budget. He has a 30-year plan in place. And I'm going to ask him to speak a little bit about his vision for this area and why we're looking to put another $500,000 into that area. Dr. Smiley.
Good evening. As we look to our students and look at preparing them to have a digital classroom experience, they live in a very digital world. We need to look at what we need for equipment in our schools. We need to do it in a way that we have a sustainable budget, that we have equity across all of our schools, and that we have a growth pattern in place. We're doing some things right now that's pretty interesting. I would like to share with you that we have a pilot project going on over at Lincoln with some Chromebooks. We have a pilot project going on at Rock River Charter School with Chromebooks. And so those are just two examples of where this money will help us have some growth in an area that we need to look at. In an area of sustainability, we know that we have wireless in all of our schools, but we also know that we have some holes in that wireless mesh where it's not complete. Some classrooms have such a weak signal because there aren't enough access points in the hallways. None of our gyms have wireless in them because we didn't install them. So we know that we have some holes. This money goes to help filling in that. We installed about 140 smart boards this summer, and that all came from school districts' school budgets, PTA groups, and from the Mordridge grant that put a lot of them in the high schools. But we still have about 180 more smart boards that we need so that we have equitable access in all of the schools. So in terms of sustainability, in terms of equity, in terms of growth, we really need to have these dollars, and we're going to apply them in that way so that we have what we need, that what we already have needs to be sustained. We need to thoughtfully grow our organization, and we need to have equity for all students.
Thank you, Dr. Smiley. The next item on the slide is Employee Reward and Recognition Program. I would love to do nothing more than to reward our employees for the phenomenal work that they have done with our accountability score and our test scores. And I mean all employees. We have Donna and Jim sitting there. Their work is just as important as the teachers in the classroom. We all work together as a team to make this huge organization function properly. And so I'm asking the board to reserve $600,000. It's not a lot of money, but I hope there'll be more money in the future to look at a reward system that I would bring at a future time to the board. We're in mediation now. You all know that. It's not a time that we can move on something like this, but certainly in the future, this school year, I would love to do something like that. The next one is to restore the textbook budget. Textbook is a very archaic term. I'll let Dr. Earhart talk a little bit about his vision for what he will be able to do, how we'll utilize this money. Again, working with Dr. Smiley in the area of technology and looking at different ways to instruct students. Dr. Earhart.
Very briefly, I think we'll want to entertain multiple kinds of resources and not just textbooks. Does it mean that we won't buy any more textbooks at all? No, we will still need to buy some textbooks. But, you know, for example, we talked about the 8th grade math course tonight, that the basal course will be Algebra 1. And then what we do with 6th and 7th grade, we'll need new resources for them because we'll need to wrap up the curriculum in 6th and 7th grade. The current series that we have is well over 10 years old. The reading series in the middle school is over 15 years old. So those are just a couple different examples. So we've been able to limp along okay in elementary in some of the areas, but time is due to update our educational resources, and we will use a 21st century twist to do that.
Dr. Earhart. And finally, the restoration of additional positions. You know that we believe that we need to continue to restore positions in our schools. We did some of that with the 5-year forecast. There's more to come. I'm asking for that money to be reserved. We are watching the data very carefully. I have charts on our scores. We know where our gaps are, where our weaknesses are. We really believe we know how to raise student achievement and what we need to put into place. But we don't want to rush in and just put positions in without really looking at that and assessing that. But I believe throughout the school year, as we look at gaps, for example, our academic learning coaches, we believe that every school needs to have one solid position as an academic learning coach. We know that some of our highest performing schools, Harrison and Kennedy, they're doing great, but their scores are falling. And those principals have been at our doors, Dr. Sperry and I, saying we need to be looking at this a different way. They're concerned as they see their test scores fall in certain areas. So we want to be very careful, very strategic. So that's why I'm asking for that amount. Are there questions?
Commissioner Sotomayor.
The employee reward recognition, that is for all the non-administrative staff. So some people already have a LEM, they're getting possible bonuses. This is for all the non-administrators, correct?
It's for all the staff in the district.
So the people who already have a LEM, that might be getting a bonus based upon the LEM score, could also get part of this bonus money here as well?
Yes, that is how I looked at that.
It's not really a bonus.
I'm sorry, well,
It's
recognition.
It's reward and recognition, yeah.
Recognition for the work that was done last year, for the test scores that were produced this year. Yes, we have LEMs. As you know, I have a LEM. My LEM has been 5 years in the making. Everybody else, this is the first year of the LEM. We have no idea what they'll be able to achieve.
Well, I like the idea, don't get me wrong, but we've already set aside some pretty attractive possible, I'll say bonuses, you don't want to call it that, but extra money beyond contract or beyond base salary if they reach certain goals. And we put a fairly good amount of percentage, I think up to 6%, some of them I believe. Now, most of the people don't have LEMs except for administrators and principals and so forth. So I like the idea, but the fact we're already doing that for administrators based upon a LEM score, I don't see why we'd also then put that pot of money for that group as well. Not that I'm opposed to them, it's just that I think this just goes to those who don't have LEMs. Once we get LEMs for everybody, then we can do more creative things with that. But to me, that should all go to the non-LEM people, if you call it that way. Yeah, the LEMless, right.
Well, again, the way I looked at this is these were the achievements that were done last year for the reporting of this test year score. So none of our administrators, except for me, I'm the exception, I would not be part of this, but had they had LEMs, but they were not rewarded for it. And so when I saw the achievement that we made with this year's accountability scores based on last year's work, I felt like everybody that was part of that team that made that happen should get some award.
Okay.
So the work for the LEMs that the administrators will get at the end of this year is for this year's work. That's how I looked at it.
I understand, but I'll vote against that
Okay.
portion of that. Okay, second question is the OPEB. That is above and beyond our pay-as-you-go amount.
Correct.
So if we do that amount, this time next year, we should have now $2 million sitting in our account. 1 million we just did 2 months ago, whatever it was, and now $1 million here.
Correct.
Correct? Okay.
And again, as I mentioned before, our pay-as-you-go amount will decrease by about $700,000 this year.
Okay. I saw some conflicting numbers on I don't know what page it was here. The local levy total, you said it was both Fund 10 and, but not referendum money, I'm sorry. I said Fund 10 only, I was implying, is that also referendum bonds?
Yes,
It
well,
was.
our total tax levy is everything, yes.
And it's dropping by
The
by about $1 million.
that is the Fund 10 operational portion, yes. That's what I presented a couple weeks ago.
Okay, so based upon this budget, our total local levy for all funds is dropping.
No. Just
Okay.
the Fund 10 portion is dropping.
Okay.
If you remember, the Fund 38 and Fund 39 is increasing.
Those are referendum
Yes.
buildings? Okay.
And that's the one that we had to refinance too, where I remember a couple years ago, the board
Right,
wanted
we
to
delayed 2
reduce the
years,
tax
correct.
levy, so we pushed it up. Well, now, we've caught up to the can that we kicked down the road.
Right. So those two combined was a net increase then of a small amount of money?
Yes.
And because of property valuations, although it's almost a flat or very little change, it had more effect because of property valuations in Janesville being reassessed.
Correct. I did bring those slides with me. I didn't know if you wanted me to show them because I've shown them twice. I didn't want to be redundant. But it matches exactly what you just said. Our general aid, you can see, well, this is the first part where our total revenue cap from the state, our general aid went up,
Right.
our property tax went down. Property taxes, the property taxes for operations went down, our cap. Our debt went up. These are the
Okay.
same exact slides. I put them at the end. Again, I didn't really want to throw them in there because they were somewhat redundant. And so just for those two items, there's a $40,000 change. And our total tax levy, because you also throw in something like $150,000 of computer aid, these are the numbers I showed on the earlier slide. Our total tax levy, operations and debt, and the computer aid, which is only, like I said, less than $150,000, is only 0.16 of 1% higher than what we brought in with our tax levy last year, our overall tax levy.
And that is assuming we quote tax to the local maximum, if you will.
We fully
Right now.
utilize our revenue
Right, okay.
cap.
The insurance portion, I understand the premiums change based upon spouse, child versus full family.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm not getting my arms around is if we're self-insured, our expenses aren't changing because of that. They're changing because of how we do our plans perhaps, but Mercy isn't charging us a certain rate by category. We're charging ourselves. So whether or not, if I'm now classified as spouse and no kids, but before I was full family, our expenses were still, haven't really changed. I mean, from previous year for claims.
What I was talking about was when I did the analysis of the retirees that are on OPEB for which we are paying the premium.
Okay.
We were paying $1,471 or something like that for a family benefit before. Now, well, instead of guessing. I left that over here. Just with the early retirees, the family premium was $1,417. I was dyslexic for a second. Before, now if they're spouse, and there's two different ones between Alliance and Mercy, but they're both very close. Now if they chose spouse, it's only costing the district $963 a month, which is 32%, because we pay the premium for the early retirees.
So they're not on our plan, they're not on our claims per se. We're paying a premium towards another insurance company.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Back to the, if I did a quick math, go to roughly 8.5 million in more expenses when you added in the Fund 10. If I was doing quick math, the slide you showed the deductions, that 8.2? I'm trying to figure out what.
Yeah. What I did was I picked the highlight. If you look, the highlights are the larger items. If you look at page 20 in your book.
All right, so in fact, those are off by $300,000. I should worry, that's just
they're on
general
20.
summary.
Yeah,
Okay,
I could have
thank
had a list that was that would probably have been 5 slides long if I was trying to balance it. I wasn't trying to balance it. I was just pointing out the larger highlights.
And this budget assumes, obviously, we already have an agreement with 2 unions as far as pay changes.
Mm-hmm.
Is it assuming any agreement at all with the JEA?
It's only assuming our final offer.
Of 0.7.
Our most recent offer,
thank
I
you.
should say.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Commissioner Felt?
Mr. Pennington, can you go back to the expenses? Come on, please.
Yes, which, the one with the details or
Yeah.
the giant totals?
The list that got you to 8.5.
Okay.
That's it.
And there.
Yep.
Whoops.
No, you're fine. Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll work. So we did the board approval of 8 positions and the restore additional positions of 0.3 million. Is there an estimate as to how many positions that could possibly be?
No, because I'm not certain where those categories will fall. A teacher versus an academic learning coach would be the difference between degrees.
Okay.
And even though it's a small difference, the actual number in the budget is 250,000, but for this purpose,
Rounding
I
up,
rounded it
gotcha.
up.
Okay. And I'm sorry, you, Commissioner Sodeman asked the question again. The 1.4 includes all unions and staff? We're making assumptions, is that right? Or it's not including that?
The 1.4 was just the staffing plan, but if it does include the increase for the unions that were signed, and for budget purposes, it includes what our most recent offer was.
Thank you, okay.
For the other union, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I'll have to echo Commissioner Sodeman's sentiments in that you have administrative staff that have a chance to earn additional 6% above their base salary. I won't support the employee reward if it's administrative as well. Thank you.
Commissioner DeStefano.
You might have said this and I just forgot because I'm tired. But the addition to the previously approved IT capital budget, the $500,000, can you explain that again with the details? I mean, I guess my thought is we've discussed this a bunch about the inequities between the schools. Is that geared more towards the inequities for the schools, or is this just spread out?
I hadn't given it that much thought to say it's all going to go to address equity or it's all going to address growth, but I know that we're currently in the process of putting together that 30-year long-range budget again.
Yeah.
We took inventory this summer. It's all due back to me by November 15th from my team to say this, after all of last year's purchases, the new 30-year plan looks like what? So we're putting that together. So we'll actually have some really hard data to go by. I'd want to look at, though, where we have I really want to dig in and look at like a building map of each of the schools. Where do we have the gaps on those smart boards? Because we've got some schools that have some pretty big gaps.
Right.
And those need to get addressed. We've got the holes in the wireless that we really need to plug.
Right.
So it's really a balancing act of seeing what we can make work. But I'd want to work from a point of data.
Yeah, I agree. And then on the employee reward and recognition, we're trying to figure out what if we just did a separate line item. I don't know if that would appease the other members of the board. You know, instead of having it grouped together, we could maybe do the lemmings and the lemless, you know, so to speak, or if we want to.
Like the lemmings.
There you go. So, you know, if it was 200,000 for the administration, put that as a separate line item, and then 400,000 for everybody else, or whatever the numbers work out. Might be just a suggestion. Since we've already approved the administration, it'd be pretty easy. So, that's all I got.
Guess my comment, and maybe this isn't so much on the budget presentation, except the employee reward and recognition. I mean, I think one of the things maybe we've sort of have a disconnect here a little bit, and what we approved from a LEM standpoint and contractually was for this school year, so the evaluation would be based on this school year. What we're talking, or what is presented here, is from really the result of last school year in the report card when, yes, they had a LEM, but there was no financial reward associated with that other than for Dr. Schulte. So that's just making sure that, and I'm not sure if we have that disconnect or not. Commissioner Fowl.
That is correct, President Ardrey, but didn't we also just do a whole redesign of base salaries and the like, which administrative and non-representative, none of them saw a salary decrease, correct?
That's correct. I mean,
Thank
they
you.
didn't see a decrease much. Commissioner Soderman.
And again, when I voted on that, it was kind of based on the fact that they had not had increases for some time. And so therefore I went to that number because of, I'm going to call it true up or whatever. So that's why, to me, I'm doubling it then if I include this. So that just, my personal point of view, I'm not saying was said that way, but that's the way I was looking at it when I made that vote, whenever that was.
I was just simply
Correct.
hoping to clarify.
Right, I understand.
And I was
So-
just adding more
Right,
information as
yes,
well.
thank you. Okay. Any further discussion here? Comments, questions? Okay. Then we will roll right into item number 15, which is consider approval. We have a motion by Commissioner DeStefano and a second by Commissioner Hasselbacher to approve the draft of the fiscal 2013-14 operating budget. Any further discussion? Commissioner Powell.
Just a point of clarification, I want to make sure I understand this. If we move this budget forward, and it's, let's say for simplicity's sake, $110 million even, because we have moved this draft forward, are we allowed to go up to 111, or we can only stay at 110 and go down?
All we're doing here is moving this book to the public hearing. So when we have the public hearing, which is basically kind of like a pretend citizens' comments, these numbers go in the paper. This book goes out in the public at every school, and then basically once the public hearing is over,
We can do whatever we want.
exactly,
Thank you.
within the limits of the law.
Thank you, Betty.
Any other discussion? Okay. Seeing none, now board should vote. That passes 8-0 with Commissioners DeStefano, Myers, Dammerhausen, Ardrey, Hasselbacher, Soderman, Marienfeld, all voting in favor. Next item, announcements. Dr. Schulte.
My computer's getting ready to die here, so I'll go fast. Beginning on October 14th, Monday at 11 o'clock, the Cabinet will be using additional tools, assessments, and procedures to begin to look at all areas of our organization, to begin a systemic improvement process on our evidence-based leadership processes. The board is invited to come at any time. We will be doing it at 11, so I know it's not convenient for all of you. But we really want to ratchet up what we're doing and get better at the evidence-based leadership processes. So,
And I guess to jump in there, so
Yeah.
as I've talked about the best,
yes.
and that's what I was alluding to, us getting to is continuing to discover and evaluate and assess where we're at, where are the holes, and starting to try to develop plans to fill those gaps. So,
Thank you. So we'll keep you updated on that.
Yeah, could we get emails?
Yeah, we will do that as well. I just want to make sure you all know. Also, last Wednesday, I believe, the UW Whitewater did a really lovely recognition of Quint and Rishi Studer for the scholarship money that they've given exclusively to the students of the school district of Janesville. Board President Audrey and I were there. And it was a very nice recognition of him, and it's something we might want to consider in the future to any of our scholarship donors or donors to our district, that we might want to recognize them as well in our institution. I was able to speak to Quint, and he is very excited about the work that we're doing and the results we're receiving. He has been asked to speak at Stanford University in March to talk about the impact that he's had on education now, and the impact both on education and health services. He was asked to bring a superintendent with him to represent a district, and I was asked to speak with him, so I'm very excited about that we'll have that recognition for our district as well.
I think I'll hop in here also.
Please, yeah.
From, as we talked, Clint, Karen and I, Clinton basically said he wants to promote the district. So he has asked us to prepare, in essence, I will say a newspaper ad to promote the district, and he'll be presenting that to the Gazette and taking care of the expenses for that. So I wouldn't say that's a gift to the district. It's just that's what he's going to do to promote the good work we have done. So. What was that? Excuse me? Oh. It's not coming
but,
to
but
us
we just
regardless.
disclosed it regardless. Also, the Year of the Dancing Snake Gala is November 2nd, and that is the fundraiser that we do with the Community Foundation for our Multicultural Scholarship Fund. This is the 4th year, and tickets can be purchased here or at the Community Foundation. And finally, we have 2 gentlemen, we lost one, 2 birthday gentlemen that spent their birthday with us, and that happens more often than not. Dr. Sperry and Dr. Smiley.
Glad we're keeping up the tradition, though. Yes. Mine was too. Yeah.
Dr. Smiley. Commissioner Hasselbacher.
Just a reminder that the next PPC committee meeting will be next Wednesday, the 16th at 8:30 a.m. And I have one other announcement. I am on the staff officially of the Washington Seminar Program, and we go to the Arlington Cemetery every Sunday morning during the week that we're there. And on Sunday, March 30th, a small group of students from our group will be laying a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. And in our request to do so, we said that, Janesville's very proud of the service that we have to the military, and that we'll be laying it on behalf of all of Janesville. So we're very excited about that.
Nice. That's good. Wow, that's good. That'll be.
Oh,
By March. Mr. Soderman.
Just want to make people know our meeting next time has been pushed back because we'll be in Atlanta, some of us. I'm honored to be able to present again to a group of educators stuff we've been doing here in Janesville. So this is my second time doing that at the What's Right in Education and Healthcare Conference that Student Group has. And I think Dr. Smiley, Steve, President Ardrey, and Dr. Schulte and Yolanda, right?
Yeah, not Dr. Smiley, but Dr.
I'm sorry.
Ariel.
Okay.
Mr. Pennington.
Since Commissioner Schilling isn't here, I want to remind the 3 members of the Finance Committee that because of the movement of the board meeting, the Finance Committee meeting is going to be meeting on the 22nd. Yes, instead of the 15th. So that way we'll have a review of any changes that may have occurred as a result of receiving the new information on the 15th. Just gives us another week to get you updated information.
Dr. Schulte.
Well, Commissioner Hasselbacher reminded me of something on January 18th, and there'll be more news about this, but we will have a fundraiser called Rock the Schoolhouse. It's fashioned after Docs Who Rock, who will not be performing this year. But as probably most of you know, we have many very talented people in our school district, and some of those people are professional musicians that play on the weekends or have bands. And so we are going to do a fundraiser for programs like Washington Seminar and other programs to make sure that all of our students can participate in those kinds of enriching activities. So more to come on that.
Dr. Sperry.
With Commissioner Murray's approval, permission, you okay with this? Kevin had reminded me there is a fundraiser that's taking place Saturday, October 26th, and that is for our friend Lori Burns. It's a benefit for her, and if those individuals might be interested, there are 4 options that are out there for people to come forward on. If you're interested, please see Terry Boehm, who's the very capable guidance secretary at Edison Middle School. You can contact her via email or phone call. if anyone is interested in participating in that benefit for Lori on Saturday, October 26th.
Thank you. Okay, any other announcements? Okay, next, future board agenda items. Clearly we have one that deals with the half credit for FIAD, and DPC is going to do that. So, any other future board agenda items? Mr. DeStefano.
Would Commissioner Murray's discussion earlier about the checkbook be a future committee or future agenda item, or would that be something that we decided is going to go to Finance, Building, and Grounds?
We'll add it for discussion for finance, and then it'll be an item for discussion as we review what happened in the finance meeting.
Fair
So
enough.
that'll be covered then. Dr. Schulte?
We will have our summer institute budget for Jeep.
Okay. Anything else? Seeing none, we have reached the end of our agenda. No closed session. We are adjourned.
No closed session.